Chapter 530. Seito immediately opened the Rubik's Cube world and put all the combatants in front of him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he took the magic dispelling tool and magic material that he plundered from the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch, as well as various psychic wave capturing instruments that can be used by ordinary people, and left the Hokkaido branch building. But in the end, Seito, thinking that since he has already destroyed the Hokkaido branch building, what's the point of leaving the Hokkaido branch building behind? Seito directly launched decomposition, refining outside the building, destroying the Hokkaido branch building into ruins. Then he left the scene under the cover of the night and disappeared. Then, in a forest halfway, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the ninja village. You all performed very well in this battle. Seito praised the combatants who were still waiting for him in the central square. Then when they looked excited, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "But you still have a lot of shortcomings, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people sacrificed in this simple attack and defense battle." Hearing Seito's words, the orphaned combatants all lowered their heads in shame. After all, among those who died, excluding the ninjas who were trained by ordinary people, they had the most siblings, a total of 5. As for the ninja clans like the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, they have long been accustomed to life and death, so although their expressions were slightly gloomy, they didn't show it too obviously like the orphans. Finally, the ninjas who were selected and trained from ordinary people, because the number of people was the smallest and the number of people who died this time, only 1 or 2 of them showed a little excitement. But it's also a normal human behavior. But it can't be denied that this is the first formal battle that most of you have participated in. Some of your performance is pardonable. After a pause, Seito said in a slow tone, "But I hope that you can seriously think about this battle, find your shortcomings to make up for them, make these problems disappear, and work hard to save your own lives and the lives of your companions in future battles." Yes. Everyone present responded in unison. "Now let's disperse. 3 days later in the morning, we will hold a funeral for the victims," Seito finally announced. Following Seito's words, the combatants began to disperse. They walked back to their homes in groups of 2s and 3s. At this time, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the hospital where the injured were being treated. He offered his condolences to those who were seriously injured and could only be treated by Seito. In this way, after dealing with the wounded in the hospital, Seito flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world. He took out his phone and contacted Yellow Springs of Jianshan. At this time, the sky outside had begun to gradually brighten. A bright yellow light appeared on the horizon, illuminating the sky. "Hello." Jianshan Yellow Springs' somewhat lazy voice came from the phone. "Where is it?" Seito asked. "The hot spring hotel that we rented," Jianshan Yellow Springs said after he was slightly more awake. "Got it. I'll be there soon." Seito hung up the phone and waved his hand to summon a Mercedes-Benz. He drove toward Shishan Town. After more than half an hour, Seito's car entered Shishan Town and arrived near the hot spring hotel that he and Jianshan Yellow Springs rented. Then Seito turned off the engine, got out of the Mercedes-Benz, and waved his hand to put it back into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he leisurely walked toward the hot spring hotel. Bang! After returning to the room, Seito closed the door. The wooden door made a muffled sound when it collided with the door frame. "You're back." Jianshan Yellow Springs woke up after hearing the sound of the door and turned over. He faced the direction that Seito came from and said, "Aha." Seito took off his clothes and answered as he walked toward the bed. "Go take a bath first. The smell of blood on your body is too strong." Jianshan Yellow Springs wrinkled his nose and said with a frown, Sorry." Seito was stunned when he heard that. He apologized, turned around and left the bed, and walked toward the hot spring pool. Seeing Seito walk away, Jianshan Yellow Springs pulled the blanket on his body and closed his eyes to sleep again. However, after more than 20 minutes, Jianshan Yellow Springs was woken up again by Sei-Ito, who suddenly entered the bed. "Stop messing around. I want to sleep." Jianshan Yellow Springs bent his arm and slapped Sei-Ito's hand away from her chest, and muttered in a dissatisfied tone. "Yellow Springs, is there anything you can't let go of in this world?" Sei-Ito, whose hand was slapped away, was not annoyed. He directly put his hand on Jianshan Yellow Springs' abdomen, pulled her into his arms, and asked softly, "What do you mean?" Jianshan Yellow Springs opened his eyes and asked with a frown. "Because we're leaving this world," Sei-Ito said softly. "That's why I asked you what you mean," Jianshan Yellow Springs said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "It means literally leaving this world." Sei-Ito chuckled. "Are you sure you're not crazy?" Jianshan Yellow Springs turned her head slightly and looked at Sei-Ito, who was supporting his head with his arm. "Forget it, I'll let you see it with your own eyes," Sei-Ito said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he brought Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was only wearing a pair of beige underwear, to the house in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. "Welcome to my world." Sei-Ito, who was shirtless, walked to Jianshan Yellow Springs and smiled at her, who was a little stunned by the sudden change of environment. Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was awakened by Sei-Ito's voice, looked at Sei-Ito and asked anxiously, "Your world?" "Yes, my world." Sei-Ito took Jianshan Yellow Springs' hand and entered the inner bedroom. He turned on the TV with the remote control for her to watch, then hugged her from behind and said, "This is the world we will live in the future." After a while, Sei-Ito asked Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was watching the TV in a daze, "Then let me ask you again, is there anything you can't let go of in that world? After we leave, can we still return to that world?" After a moment of silence, Jianshan Yellow Springs asked. "Yes." Sei-Ito answered with certainty, "It's just that there will be a time difference between the two worlds. Maybe a long time has passed here, but only a little more than a month has passed in that world. Phew, as long as we can come back." Jianshan Yellow Springs was slightly relieved, then lowered her head and said softly, "Before we leave, I want to see Kagura. The last treasure." Itose said softly when he heard this. Hearing Sei-Ito's words, Jianshan Yellow Springs nodded silently. "If you can't let go of her, then just take her with you," Sei-Ito said. "There are no evil spirits in this world, and all the living facilities are very complete. It's almost no different from that world, so she can live happily here. Not to mention, you can be with her normally. Isn't that good?" "I don't know if she'll choose to go with me." Jianshan Yellow Springs was a bit moved. "Then just ask her directly. If she agrees, we'll take her with us." Sei-Ito straightened Jianshan Yellow Springs' body and looked down at her face. "Okay." Jianshan Yellow Springs hesitated for a while, then said while biting her lips, "Okay, then we'll return to Tokyo today and see Kagura." Sei-Ito decided. Then, he turned off the TV that he had just turned on and returned to the Spirit Eating World's hotel with Jianshan Yellow Springs. Next, the two of them hugged each other and rested for 3 to 4 hours. Then, they both got up and got dressed. After cleaning themselves up, they left the Hot Spring Hotel and took a taxi back to Zara City. From the airport there, they took a domestic flight back to downtown Tokyo. Then, the two of them took a taxi to Tsutamaya Kagura's home without stopping, preparing to see her. "Let's go in," Sei-Ito, who was standing outside Tsutamaya Kagura's residence, said softly while holding Jianshan Yellow Springs' hand. "Okay." Jianshan Yellow Springs responded softly and walked over with Sei-Ito. Ding dong ding dong. Jianshan Yellow Springs reached out and pressed the doorbell. Coming. Not long after, a girl with a weak voice came from behind the door. Then, with a soft creak, the door that had been closed all this time was opened. "Yomi?" Tsutamaya Kagura immediately appeared at the door and looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs with a surprised expression. "Yoho, Kagura." Jianshan Yellow Springs smiled lightly and tilted her head to greet Kagura. "This is..." Tsutamaya Kagura, who had opened the door and was about to talk to Jianshan Yellow Springs, only now noticed Sei Ito standing next to her. She asked with a confused expression. "Hello, Kagura. I'm Sei Ito, Jianshan Yellow Springs' boyfriend." Sei Ito let go of Jianshan Yellow Springs' hand, raised his hand in front of Tsutamaya Kagura, and introduced himself with a smile. "Boyfriend?" Tsutamaya Kagura looked at Sei Ito in surprise. "That's right." Sei Ito smiled. "Kagura, are you not going to let us in?" Jianshan Yellow Springs reminded her when she saw Tsutamaya Kagura in surprise. "Oh." Tsutamaya Kagura regained her senses and hurriedly stepped aside to let them in. She said to Sei Ito and Jianshan Yellow Springs, "My apologies, please come in." Sei Ito and Jianshan Yellow Springs entered the room, took off their shoes at the entrance, and followed Tsutamaya Kagura into the living room. They sat down on the sofa in the living room. "I'll go pour you some tea," Tsutamaya Kagura hurriedly said. "I'll come as well." Jianshan Yellow Springs stood up and said, "No need, I'll do it myself." Tsutamaya Kagura chuckled. "Let's have Yellow Springs come with us." Sei Ito knew that Jianshan Yellow Springs wanted to have a good talk with Tsutamaya Kagura. Then, okay. Tsutamaya Kagura hesitantly glanced at Sei Ito sitting on the sofa. However, she was full of doubts and wanted to ask Jianshan Yellow Springs about it, so she agreed and walked with him to the kitchen. Chapter 531. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and 157747860 for your tip. Thank you to Cloud Pattern Ice for his precious monthly vote. Thank you to Big T Bowl for his evaluation vote. Is it done? About half an hour later, Sei Ito turned around and asked Chiyama Yomi, who was slowly walking out of the kitchen with a gloomy expression. "Yep." Chiyama Yomi first responded in a low voice, then said to Sei Ito, "Let's go." It seems like it wasn't done. Ito sighed when he heard this. He supported himself with one hand on the sofa and stood up from the sofa. He walked slowly to Ishan Netherworld and said softly. Chiyama Yomi didn't answer and silently walked to the door. "Yomi." Just as Sei Ito and Chiyama Yomi reached the entrance and bent down to put on their shoes, Tsutomu Kagura suddenly ran out with a worried and anxious expression. She clenched her fists in front of her chest and asked Chiyama Yomi softly, "Can't I stay?" "I'm sorry." Chiyama Yomi, who had just straightened up after putting on his shoes, paused for a moment and then said in a low voice without turning around, "Why?" Tsutomu Kagura asked loudly. Chiyama Yomi didn't answer Tsutomu Kagura's question. He directly opened the door in front of him and walked out of the room with the sunlight streaming in. "Yomi!" Tsutomu Kagura hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Goodbye, Kagura-chan." Sei Ito put his index finger on Tsutomu Kagura's forehead and said softly with a smile, "Also, don't chase after me anymore. It'll only bring you and Yomi more pain." After saying that, Sei Ito retracted his arm, turned around and walked out of the room. He then closed the door behind him. Bang. The door made a dull sound as it collided with the door frame. "Are we leaving now?" Chiyama Yomi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked on the way out of Tsutomu Kagura's home. "If there's nothing else," Sei Ito replied. "Then let's go," Chiyama Yomi said. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded. He reached out to grab Admonish Mountain Yellow Spring's hand and disappeared with a thought. Not long after the two of them disappeared, Tsutomu Kagura's figure suddenly appeared on the mountain path. She ran down the mountain with an anxious expression on her face, in the magic cube world, in the ecological city of the southern plains. This is the city where you will live in the future. On a tall tower in the city, Sei Ito said to Yellow Spring, who was eating a pocky stick beside him. Next, the two figures flashed and appeared inside a building in the city. "This will be your residence from now on." It was a room with an area of more than 120 square meters, with all kinds of decorations and household settings. Seito flipped his hand and took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Jianshan Yellow Springs. It's really a big room. Hanshan Yellow Springs gently broke the pocky stick in her mouth as she looked at the layout of the room and said softly, "Compared to your previous home, it's still a lot smaller." Seito smiled. Tisk! Hanshan Yellow Springs snorted softly and reached out to take the keys from Seito. "Now, let's get your identity done." Seito smiled slightly and turned around to walk into the master bedroom while speaking to Hanshan Yellow Spring, who followed behind him. Whoosh! Seito reached out to pull out the chair in front of the desk and sat in front of the computer. He skillfully turned on the quantum computer on the table, logged into the Civil Affairs Department's system with his authority, and began to register Jianshan Yellow Springs' identity information. A few minutes later, Seito, who had finished registering Jianshan Yellow Springs' basic information, flipped his hand and created a card maker. He connected it to the quantum computer, then created a blank card and inserted it into the card maker. He created a Magic Cube World Universal card that combined identity, bank, transportation, and other cards into one for Hanshan Yellow Spring. After a while, with a soft beep, the card creation was completed. "Take it, this is a necessary card for living here. I've already prepared a sum of money for you inside. Just swipe the card if you want to buy anything." Seito took the card from the card maker and turned around to hand it to Hanshan Yellow Spring. "That's really convenient." Hanshan Yellow Spring took the card. Hanshan Yellow Spring took the card and said after casually flipping it twice, "Now, let's go buy some things to make a starter meal." Seito got up from the chair and smiled. Then, Seito led Hanshan Yellow Spring out of the room. He took her to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment and explained the general knowledge of living in the Magic Cube world while slowly walking to the nearby supermarket. After a while, the two returned to the room after buying the ingredient. Hanshan Yellow Spring, who had been promoted to the new owner of the house, entered the kitchen and prepared a traditional Japanese starter meal, Japanese-style hot pot. "Okay, we can eat now." 20 minutes later, Hanshan Yellow Spring, who was wearing home clothes, a long cloth apron with cartoon patterns on the front of her chest, and insulated gloves on her hands, put the hot pot on the table and called out to Seito, who was watching TV. "Coming." Seito, who heard the call, got up from the sofa and walked to the table. He looked at the hot pot on the table and said with a smile, "This seems to be the first time I've eaten food made by you, Hanspring. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Cooking is my specialty. You should be prepared to be surprised." Hanshan Yellow Spring raised her head slightly and said proudly, "I hope so." Seito pulled out the chair next to him and sat down. He looked at Hanshan Yellow Spring, who was taking off her apron and insulated gloves, with a smile. "I'm going to start." After Hanshan Yellow Spring also came to the table and sat down, Seito and she put their hands together in front of their chests and said aloud, The soup tastes good." After saying the starter meal, Seito picked up the small plate and spoon in front of him and scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth. After carefully savoring the taste, he said, "It seems that Hanspring is really good at cooking." "Of course." Hanshan Yellow Spring raised her head proudly, picked up the chopsticks in front of her and picked up the vegetables in the hot pot to eat. After that, the two of them happily finished the delicious meal. After cleaning up everything, they started to play fighting games in the room. In this way, Seito accompanied Hanshan Yellow Spring and spent 2 happy and leisurely days. "I'm leaving." On the morning of the 3rd day, Seito, who was dressed and washed, leaned over and kissed her while still lying on the bed. Hanshan Yellow Spring said with a sleepy face, "Well, be careful on the way." Hanshan Yellow Spring pulled the sheet on her body. She muttered in a daze. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this and instantly disappeared from the room and appeared in the genin village. Then Sei Ito came to the southwest corner of the Genin village, and stopped at a place with few houses. Then he mobilized the power of the world, and expanded the land under his feet outward to form a lawn. He also used alchemy to make a large dark blue irregular crystal in the center of the lawn to be used as a soul comfort cup. Those who are ready to participate in the funeral, please gather at the southwest corner of the village. Sei Ito said to everyone in the village through the power of the magic cube. Half an hour later, all combatants, including those who were injured and hospitalized, came to the southwest corner of the Genin village with a blooming white chrysanthemum in their hands to participate in the first large-scale funeral after joining the Genin village. Seeing that everyone was here, Sei Ito nodded secretly and turned around to the soul comfort cup. He didn't do anything, but the ground automatically cracked open a rectangular pit 2 meters high, more than 6 meters wide, and 2 meters deep. Then Sei Ito's mind moved. The corpses of all the people who died in the Battle of the Environment Province Hokkaido branch appeared neatly in front of him and slowly fell into the deep pit. After the corpses stopped in the pit, Sei Ito turned around and walked to the side and announced loudly, "The funeral begins." As Sei Ito's words fell, the combatants who spontaneously lined up walked to the big pit one by one and solemnly threw the white chrysanthemum in their hands into the pit. Then they left from the other end of the pit. However, at the moment when the first white chrysanthemum fell on the corpse, several small light spots emitting a faint yellow light suddenly spread out from the corpse, and then as more and more white chrysanthemum fell, the number of light spots increased rapidly, and the surface of the corpse was covered with a layer of pale yellow light. Like fireflies, they slowly floated to the sky. Seeing this, whether it was those who had already offered the white chrysanthemum or those who were waiting in the line, they all had a shocked expression. They looked at the changes on the corpse stupidly. Fortunately, these people were not ordinary people. After the initial shock, they quickly recovered and continued the funeral ceremony. In this way, until the end of the funeral, when the last white chrysanthemum was thrown into the pit, the pale yellow light emitted from the corpse suddenly exploded, and together with the corpses of the deceased, they turned into countless small light spots and slowly rose into the void of the Rubik's Cube world, and then completely disappeared under the gaze of all the people. Everyone disperse. Seeing that the funeral was over, Sei Ito walked back to the front of the crowd and announced, "Sir, that was..." Just as everyone was about to disperse, one of the ninjas suddenly asked Sei Ito. Hearing the question of this ninja, the other people who were about to leave also stopped and looked at Sei Ito's face, waiting for his answer. "They will be watching you from there." Sei Ito looked up at the void of the Rubik's Cube and said lightly. The people who got the answer also subconsciously looked up at the void and quietly watched. It wasn't until more than a minute later that they retracted their gaze and silently left the funeral site. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer and directly disappeared from his place and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Then with a thought, he summoned the killing stone that he took from Mitagawa Kazuhiro's body. "Rubik's Cube, destroy it," Sei Ito said lightly. As soon as Sei Ito's voice fell, the killing stone immediately floated from his hand, and after rising to a certain height, it suddenly emitted a blood-red light, but that light didn't last for a few seconds and disappeared along with the explosion of the killing stone. At the moment when the killing stone exploded, several evil thoughts suddenly flew out of the killing stone and turned into several ferocious giant ghost faces, trying to swallow Sei Ito. "Humph!" Sei Ito coldly snorted as he watched the ghostly faces charging at him. A special flame instantly appeared around his body and burned those sinister ghostly faces. The moment the ghost face came into contact with the flames, several faint screams immediately sounded in Sei Ito's ears. However, it didn't take long for the screams to disappear along with the flames. Sei Ito sighed softly as he closed his eyes and sensed the changes in the world's power. The world's power I obtained from shattering the slaughter stone sure is a lot. It's actually comparable to killing 2 children of the world. Seito thought in his heart, then he raised his head and shouted to the void. In addition to the destroyed one and the one on Yomi's body, I still have 5 more killing stones in my hand, but anyway, I don't lack the power of the world at the moment, so I'll keep them for now. Maybe I'll have a chance to use them in the future. As Seito's words fell, the huge vortex hidden in the void once again emerged, rotating at high speed and sucking Seito, who was below it, into it, turning into a streamer and disappearing into the center of the vortex. At the same time, with a crackling sound like glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in the main world. After a while, Seito, who recovered from the dissipating space rules, thought in his heart, just a little bit more, I'll be able to touch the threshold of the rules of space and improve the runes of the flying thunder god jutsu so that I can use space ninjutsu freely in the main world. But this time I stayed in the spirit-eating world for such a short time. Only a few seconds have passed in the main world. If I go back now, it will completely disturb my mother's rest. Now it seems that I can only stroll on the street for a while. Seito sighed helplessly as he took out his mobile phone to check the time. Then Seito left the green belt where he was hiding and strolled on the street. Although it hadn't been long since the government started persuading people to return to the city, the market was still cold and not lively. However, it was much better than the previous situation where there were no signs of human habitation. At the very least, there were now sporadic pedestrians wandering the streets in the wee hours of the morning. There were cars driving through the streets and 24-hour convenience stores opening their doors. At this time, Seito came to a leisure green area in the city, walked to a long back chair for people to rest their feet, and sat down, leaning on the back of the chair with both elbows and back, closed his eyes, raised his head, and began to feel the rules of space that he just felt. Vroom 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 vroom. Itosei didn't know how long he had been meditating. Suddenly, the sound of a small machine motor rang in his ears, waking him up from his meditation. Being disturbed, Seito frowned and opened his eyes to look in the direction of the sound. Then, a young woman with short hair appeared in front of him. Her body was tied up like a tortoiseshell with hemp rope. Her mouth was holding a metal ball with countless small holes on the surface, tied by 2 black belts. Her legs were spread open, and a green handle on her lower body was still rotating on its own. Her arms were wrapped in a gray-white windbreaker, and a young woman with short hair appeared in front of Seito's eyes. A silly woman being trained? Seito thought with a stunned expression. Then, Seito's head quickly turned and looked around. Soon, he found a young man secretly looking at him from the shadows behind a telephone pole. Chapter 532. P.S. I'm actually stuttering. There are really people who aren't afraid of death these days. Seito sighed slightly, took out a 100 yen coin from his pocket, and threw it at the man. The next moment, a man's cry of pain suddenly sounded, and then a gentle-looking young man covered his forehead with one hand, half sat on the ground, and looked at Seito with a painful face. Get lost. Seito glanced at the man and said in a calm tone. The man didn't say anything when he heard that. He directly got up from the ground, turned around, and ran away without even looking at the woman. Seeing the man run away, the young woman looked at Seito with a face full of lust, and her mouth unconsciously made a low moan. Sure enough, she's a crazy woman. Seito sighed helplessly. Although I watched a lot of movies like this in the past, I'm not sure if it's delivered to me like this. Thinking of this, Seito raised his head, looked at the young woman's eyes, and used hypnotism to hypnotize her. Go. After a while, Seito said softly after withdrawing hypnotism. Receiving the order, the young woman immediately turned around and walked away from Seito, walked to the trash can, threw the metal ball in her mouth, the hemp rope tied to her body, and the thing on her lower body into the trash can, and then chased in the direction of the man with a fierce face. Good luck, trainer. I hope you like the woman whose personality has been changed by me. Looking at the woman in the distance, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. Then Sei Ito withdrew his gaze. Once again, he closed his eyes and felt the rules of space. He didn't stop until the sky was bright and the sun rose. Then Sei Ito moved his mind. He summoned Rita Ito from the Rubik's Cube world. This is... Rita Ito, who suddenly appeared, said hesitantly after seeing the surrounding environment. What do you think? Sei Ito asked with a smile. Is it the city near the shrine? Ito Rina asked with uncertainty. Yes, Sei Ito confirmed with a smile. Phew, I'm finally back. After getting the answer, Ito Rina relaxed and let out a sigh of relief, then said with a happy face. Let's go, Sei Ito said as he got up from the bench. Sei Ito immediately rushed back to the shrine with Ito Reina, who was so happy that he couldn't even walk fast. I'm back. As soon as he entered the house, Ito Rita shouted into the room. Lena. Hearing the familiar voice, Suzu Ito, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, immediately stopped what she was doing and quickly walked to the living room. He shouted with a face full of surprise. Big sister. Seeing Suzu Ito, tears immediately appeared in Ito Rita's eyes. She opened her arms and ran to Suzu Ito, hugged Suzu Ito's waist, buried her head in her chest, and said with a choked voice. What's the matter? Suzu Ito, who was surprised by Ito Rita's overly emotional behavior, looked at Sei Ito and asked. Well, Sei Ito certainly knew why, but how could he say this kind of thing? He could only spread out his hands. He made a helpless look. Reina. At this time, Eriko, who had washed her sweat, also came to the living room. After seeing Ito Rita in Suzu Ito's arms, she called aloud. Mom. Hearing the call, Ito Rita directly let go of Suzu Ito, rushed to Eriko's arms, and shouted emotionally. What's the matter? Eriko looked at Suzu Ito and Sei Ito and asked. Suzu Ito, who didn't understand what was going on, could only say the same thing as Sei Ito. She spread out her hands, indicating that she didn't know. What's that smell? Yi, who had just walked out, wrinkled his nose and said with a puzzled look. Oh, I'm still stewing something. Suzu Ito immediately exclaimed and quickly ran back to the kitchen. She continued to make the unfinished breakfast. You've lost some weight. Eriko straightened Ito Rita's body, carefully looked at Ito Rita and said. Yes. Ito Rita first glanced at Sei Ito. Then she said with an aggrieved look. It seems that Rita has a lot of grievances against you. Yi, who walked to Sei Ito's side, noticed Ito Rita's expression and said with a chuckle. Indeed, after all, it may have only been a month here, but over there, it's been 7 or 8 years. Sei Ito sighed in a low voice. After that, time revolved around Ito Rita, and it wasn't until the end of breakfast that the excitement passed and returned to normal. By the way, Rita, little brother, where do you want to go to play? In the chat after breakfast, Suzu Ito suddenly asked Sei Ito and Ito Rita. Where do you want to go to play? Ito Rita didn't understand and asked. It's like this because of the recent series of events. Our family hasn't gone out together for a long time, and these days are a rare period of peace, so we're going to take this opportunity to go out and play with the whole family. Sei Ito explained, then turned to look at Suzu Ito and said, Where did big sister and mother choose? Mother prefers to go to a nearby place, as long as it's nearby. I prefer to go abroad, such as Jeju Island in South Korea or the Hawaiian Islands. Suzu Ito said. Then let's go to Hawaii. Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito and smiled. The latter immediately winked at Ito Sei with a smile on his face, expressing his satisfaction. What about you, Rita? Suzu Ito looked at Ito Rita and asked. I also agree to go to Hawaii. Ito Rita said. Well, let's go to Hawaii. Eriko saw that all 3 of her children had chosen Hawaii, so she naturally would not object and nodded in agreement. Then I'll book the ticket. Suzu Ito quickly got up and walked into the house while saying. After a while, she returned to the living room and said to everyone, "The tickets have been booked. The flight is at 2:30 this afternoon. The same goes for the hotel." After getting the exact information, everyone chatted in the living room for a while, then returned to their bedrooms to prepare their luggage. Among them, Seito and Yiye's luggage was the simplest. They only had a small leather bag to store sundries. As for the other things they needed, they were all included in the Rubik's Cube world. There was no need to prepare anything at all. In the same way, Suzu Ito and Eriko, who knew that Seito had a space equipment, simply packed some things, then threw the large items in front of Seito and asked him to put them into the Rubik's Cube world. The small items were put into a small leather bag like Yiyi. Then Suzu Ito hung a closed sign on the doorpost of Tori, then everyone else got into Eriko's family car, and was driven by Eriko to Tokyo International Airport. More than half an hour later, the car drove into the parking lot of Tokyo International Airport, then Seito and others got out of the car and went to the airport terminal through the parking lot. Suzu Ito went to the booking desk to pick up their tickets, then they boarded the plane through the ticket-cutting channel. After waiting for another 20 minutes on the plane, with a buzz, the plane finally took off from Tokyo International Airport and flew to Hawaii. 11 hours later, with a slight vibration of the fuselage, the plane finally stopped at Hawaii Airport. After that, Seito and others walked off the plane under the guidance of the flight crew, entered the waiting room, walked out of the waiting hall, and took the passenger bus at the door to the reserved hotel. At this time, it was about 6:40 in the morning in Hawaii. So tired. As soon as they entered the hotel room, Yiyi immediately threw away the leather bag in his hand, lay on the soft bed, and sighed. "Indeed, my body is a little stiff." Seito, who walked into the room after Yiyi, closed the door and moved his body, making a crisp sound, then walked to the bed and lay down on his back. "Forget it, let's get rid of the jet lag first, then we will go out at noon." Seito tilted his head and looked at Yiyi. Yeon replied lazily. Then, he turned over and fell asleep. Upon seeing this, Itomori smiled slightly and closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes again, it was already about 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Hawaii. Seito turned his head slightly and found that he was the only one in the room. He gently pushed his waist and sat up on the bed. At this time, a note full of words appeared in front of his eyes. "I went to play with Big Sister, Yiyi." Under the word Yiyi, a cartoon version of Yiyi cutely stuck out his tongue. Looking at the cartoon image on the note, Seito chuckled and put the note back. Then he took off his clothes and put on a beach suit. He put on a pair of finger slippers and walked out of the room leisurely. After a while, he left the hotel and walked toward the beach. The beach in Hawaii is so big and there are so many people. It is easier said than done to find someone. Therefore, Seito did not directly look for Yiyi and the others. Instead, he strolled on the beach and looked at the beauties of various countries while looking for Yiyi and the others. "Sir, do you want a divination?" Just when Seito was looking at the beach, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in Seito's ear and asked. Hearing the call, Seito turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, a girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old with short brown hair, brown eyes, a round and cute face, wearing a white bikini and sitting behind a small square table covered with a red curtain and a crystal ball on the table, holding a glass of juice in one hand, appeared in front of his eyes. "Okay." Seito put one hand in the pocket of his beach shorts, walked to the small square table, sat down and looked at the girl with a chuckle. "What do you want to divine?" The girl put the juice in her hand on the table. With a straight face, she looked at Seito and asked seriously. Chapter 533. Divination for what? Seito frowned, pondered for a moment and said, "I'm looking for someone, help me see where they are now." "Okay." The girl pretended to be serious and nodded. She put her hands on the crystal ball and closed her eyes to sense. After a while, she opened her eyes and pointed to her right. Go that way, you will soon find the person you are looking for. Really? Thank you. Seito didn't take it seriously and thanked her jokingly. Then he asked, by the way, how much? $100. The girl quoted with a blank expression. Hearing this number, Seito was stunned on the spot. He looked at the girl in front of him speechlessly. After a while, he said, Are you sure you are not wrong? No, my price has always been like this. The girl picked up the juice next to her, put the straw into her mouth, and took a sip. She nodded and confirmed. Okay. Looking at the girl in front of him, Seito sighed helplessly. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out $100 bill and handed it to the girl. It's real. The girl took the money and looked at it under the sun. After confirming that there was no problem, she put it into the small Mesopotamian-style purse on her lap and nodded. Sir, do you want to do divination? Then the girl looked at Seito again and asked. Forget it. Seito shook his head quickly and turned to leave the divination platform. Fool. Seeing Seito leave, the girl's mouth curled up slightly. She bit the straw and whispered in a voice that only she could hear. On the other side, Seito, who left the girl, continued to watch the beach. Soon, he found Suzu Ito Reina, and Yi playing water ball in the water not far away. It's really in this position. Seeing the three people, Seito turned his head to look at the divination girl's position and whispered to himself with a smile. Seito then strode towards Yi and the other two. Ah-chung! The sharp-eyed Yi quickly spotted Seito in the crowd. He immediately stopped what he was doing and shouted while waving his arms. Little brother, come down and play with us. Suzu Ito, who was wearing a yellow bikini, invited him with a smile. All right. At this moment, Seito, who had already arrived near the three of them, agreed with a smile. He then turned his head to look around. When he did not see Eriko, he asked, Where's mother? She went shopping, Suzu Ito replied. Seito, who was slowly walking towards the three of them, replied with a look of realization. Without waiting for Seito to stand still, Suzu Ito suddenly threw the ball in her hand to Seito and shouted, Watch the ball. Big sister, you can't do a sneak attack. Seito slightly moved his body and stretched out his hand to catch the ball. Then, he threw the ball back to Suzu Ito as he spoke. Your reaction is not slow. Suzu Ito caught Seito's ball with both hands. When the ball blocked Seito's line of sight, she quickly winked at Yi and Ito Reina. Then, she threw the ball back to Ito Reina. Ito Reina took the ball and threw it back to Yi. Then, Yi secretly smiled and threw the ball back to Suzu Ito. At this time, Suzu Ito suddenly showed a smirk at Seito. Then, without waiting for Seito to understand the situation, Ito Reina suddenly raised a handful of seawater in front of him and threw it at Seito. At the same time, Yi quickly rushed to Seito's side and hit him with the ball that Suzu Ito suddenly threw. He fell into the seawater. Splash! Seito's body stirred up a large splash on the surface of the water. Go! Suzu Ito ran to Seito while shouting to Ito Reina and Yi. In this way, Seito, Suzu Ito, Ito Reina, and Yi, who were wet in less than 2 minutes, played in the sea. During this period, because of the playfulness, some welfare programs were naturally indispensable. Half an hour later, the 4 people, who had consumed a lot of physical strength in the sea, returned to the beach one after another, found their own blanket or lay down or sat down to rest. Enough. Eriko, who was wearing a blue one-piece, looked at Seito and the other 3 people on the blanket and laughed. Suzu Ito heard this and smiled at Eriko. Then she turned to look at Seito and said, Little brother, I want to drink orange juice. Me too. Hearing Suzu Ito's words, Ito Reina quickly followed. You two only know how to bully Ah-ching. Eriko, who was holding a glass of juice in her hand, laughed and scolded. Ah-Cheng is a boy. Suzu Ito laughed. Yi, what do you want to drink? Ito looked speechlessly at the smiling Suzu Ito, turned to Yi and asked. Then I also want a glass of orange juice. Yi chuckled. I know. Ito nodded. He stood up from the blanket and walked to the location of the divination girl. Because behind the divination girl, it was the nearest juice store. It seems that you found the person you were looking for. Just as Ito was explaining to the waiter, the divination girl suddenly said, Well, I found it. Ito smiled. Do you still want to do the divination? The girl asked again. No. Ito said with a respectful expression. Then forget it. The girl didn't insist, retracted her gaze, and began to look at the surrounding people. She looked like a wolf looking for a fat sheep. Sir, your juice. The waiter put 4 glasses of juice in front of Ito. How much? Ito asked. $8. The waiter said. Ito reached out and took out a $10 bill, handed it to the waiter, and waited for the change. %% yen, ###. Yen percent. At this moment, a tall man wearing beach shorts and a tight black singlet walked up to the fortune-telling girl and spoke in a strange language. His skin was slightly red like that of an Egyptian's. He was burly, had a stiff face, and had a thin stubble on his head. He wore a pair of black sunglasses and a pair of black sunglasses. He walked up to the fortune-telling girl and spoke in a strange language. Yen percent ###. The divination girl replied in the same language. Then, she stood up from her seat and used the curtain on the table to wrap the crystal ball in front of her in her hand. Then, she walked away with the burly man. Sir, your change. At this time, the waiter returned to the counter and handed the change to Ito. Thank you. Ito took the change and put it in his trouser pocket, reached out to pick up the juice on the table and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and asked the waiter, Do you know the name of the divination girl sitting there just now? I don't know, but we usually call her Yururu. The waiter shook his head. Does she come every day? Ito asked again. No, just occasionally. The waiter said. Oh, thank you. Ito nodded, turned and walked to the place where Yi and the others were. Here. Ito returned to the carpet and handed the juice to Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi one by one, then took his drink and sat down. In the following period of time, the whole family chatted, laughed, and played with each other. They enjoyed a rather leisurely afternoon. Then, after enjoying the sunset by the sea, they packed up and changed their clothes, returned to the hotel, had dinner, and returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 534. P.S. Thank you to Nickfanny, 157747860, and Starsland for their rewards. In this way, Ito's family spent 5 days quietly and leisurely in Hawaii. During this period, Ito went to the juice store to look for the divination girl for some reason, but since their encounter that day, he never saw her again. At the same time, during the relaxing days of Ito's family, the 2 black ball teams that had finished their rest were ready to carry out the black ball mission again. Among them, the goal of the Tokyo black ball team led by Yuki Yoshimi was still the middle-bottom combatants of the Environment Province, but because of the increase in team members, the mission target this time was changed to a field combat team of the Environment Province. After 2 hours of fierce fighting between the black ball team and the other party, the black ball team finally completed the mission at the cost of 7 ordinary newcomers and 1 member of the Environment Province. It was worth mentioning that after this mission, Yuki Yoshimi's individual score broke through 50 points, and Yuko Nakaki also scored 30 points under Yuki Yoshimi's special care. Compared with the Tokyo black ball team led by mature members, the Osaka black ball team was sent out for the first time, so Black Ball 2 did not arrange any excessive tasks for them. They were just to snipe an idle person with a combat grade of D in the Osaka area. But even so, the Osaka team, which was composed entirely of ordinary people, almost paid the price of being completely wiped out to kill the D-level mission target. After the completion of this mission, there were still 10 members in the Tokyo Black Ball team. There were still 2 members in the Osaka Black Ball team. Let's go. In the hotel room, Eriko, who saw that everything was packed up, said. Then Seito's group of 5 walked out of the room, while talking and laughing. They took the elevator to the hotel lobby, checked out at the front desk, and then took a taxi to the airport and returned to Tokyo by plane. At this time, it was about 5:30 p.m. in Tokyo. I'm so tired. As soon as he returned home, Ito Rina immediately leaned over the table, without caring about his image, and said softly with a tired face. Who told you to play so crazily? Suzu Ito said as she walked past Ito Rita carrying something. Isn't it time to go home? That's why I want to play for a while. Ito turned his head and looked at Suzu Ito's back. However, Suzu Ito had already returned to her room. But he didn't answer Ito Reina's question. Since you are tired, go back to your room and rest. Eriko looked at Ito Rita and said. All right. Rita Ito stood up from the table and walked around the table to his bedroom. Aren't you going to rest? Eriko turned to look at Seito, who was walking out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of water. I have something to tell Mother. Seito came to Eriko's side and handed one of the glasses of water to her, then took the other glass and sat down at the table. What's the matter? Eriko also sat at the table and looked at Seito and asked. I'm going to leave home for a while. Seito looked at Eriko and said softly. Eriko frowned and didn't immediately refute. She just looked at Seito with a puzzled look, waiting to hear what he had to say. My current strength has entered the bottleneck period, so I plan to travel around the world and see the ability users of other countries to increase my knowledge. Seito explained with a smile. Hearing Seito's explanation, Eriko nodded slightly. Although she didn't know Seito's specific strength, the methods and fighting power he revealed in the battle with Panorama were stronger than herself, her grandfather, and most of the special people in Japan. Even in the world, he was considered an upper-middle-level master, so there was nothing to worry about in terms of safety. What about your studies? Eriko asked again. The current situation. It doesn't matter whether I go to university or not. In fact, I think that my second sister, Reina, should directly suspend or drop out of school. Seito smiled. Forget about Reina, she is different from you. If the social environment can be completely calmed down in a few days, let Reina go back to school. Eriko shook her head slightly and denied. For Eriko's decision, Seito naturally had no objection and nodded indifferently. How long are you going to be away from home this time? After talking about Reina Ito, Eriko asked again. I don't know, the world is too big, and I may encounter some things on the way. It's hard to say what will happen when the time comes. Seito replied. Indeed. Eriko agreed and then asked, What about Yi? Are you going to take her with you? I haven't decided yet, but I will probably let her stay at home. After all, we have too few people at home. Seito shook his head gently and whispered. It's up to you. After all, it's between the 2 of you. Eriko said. Seito nodded, raised his hand and drank the water in the cup, then stood up from the seat and said, I'm going to talk to Yi now. Go ahead. Eriko nodded. Then Seito went to the kitchen, washed the cup with water, and then walked to his bedroom. Yi. Seito, who returned to the house, looked at Yi who was packing up and greeted her. Acheng. Yi, who heard the greeting, stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Seito with a smile. Come, I have something to talk to you about. Seito walked to Yi's side and sat down. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, then hugged Yi and said softly. What's the matter? Yi, who was lying in Seito's arms, raised her head and looked at Sei Ito strangely. I'm going to leave home, but it will take a long time. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I'm a little worried about home, so I thought. Sei Ito lowered his head and looked into Ye's eyes. I see. Ye said in a low voice, then she cheered up again and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. I know, I'll stay at home and help Ah-Cheng look after the house. I'm sorry. Looking at Ye like this, Sei Ito tightened his arms around her and said apologetically. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, I must deal with the space law. It doesn't matter, as long as I can help Ah-Cheng. Ye wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's waist, closed her eyes and shook her head gently. After a moment of tenderness, Sei Ito turned his hand and made a small black ball and handed it to Ye. Take this. If there is something at home that you can't solve, and you can't contact me, use this to contact Black Ball 1 and 2, and ask them to send the Black Ball team to solve it. Oh. Ye took the small black ball and nodded in understanding. Also, you can also contact Musashi Hitsugu. He has recruited a few ninjas now. If you need them, you can mobilize them directly. Sei Ito said again. Ye still responded obediently. Then Sei Ito turned his hand and made a pair of wide wrist ornaments that looked like they were made of black crystal and had a length of a finger. He handed them to Yi and said, This is something I made when I was in Hawaii. It's a simple space item. One of them can be used to seal weapons and the other can be used to seal clothes. At the same time, Sei Ito made hand seals with both hands and demonstrated to Yi the specific use of the two wrists. Wow! Yi exclaimed in amazement. This is the method of forming hand seals. Then Ito-sei taught Yi the method of forming hand seals to activate the sealing formation step by step. With the foundation of clear mind technique, Yi learned hand seals very quickly. It didn't take long for him to master the method of making hand seals and the method of energy circulation. At this time, Sei Ito once again turned his hand and made a pair of earrings appear in front of Yi, who was putting away the long sword, and said, Wear this pair of earrings. What is this? Yi stopped making hand seals and reached out to take the pair of earrings with strange patterns on both sides. The material looked like platinum, and there was a blood-red gem the size of a rice grain on each earring. He asked curiously. I added a defensive barrier on this pair of earrings. It will automatically appear when you receive a fatal attack. Sei Ito explained. Then he pointed to one of the earrings and said, Especially in this earring, I installed a miniature communication device. When the small black ball is not around for some reason, you can use this miniature communication device to contact the small black ball and issue instructions. Yi replied with a look of understanding. Put it on. Sei Ito smiled. Okay. Yi replied with a smile. He tilted his head and put on the two earrings on each of his earlobes. The moment the two earrings were put on, a faint red light flashed on the two earrings, as if it was an illusion. In this way I am relieved. Sei Ito sighed softly. Thank you, Ah-Cheng, Yi said softly with a happy face as he leaned back into Sei Ito's arms. Silly, you don't have to thank me. Sei Ito hugged Yi's waist and said with a smile. Then, when are you going to leave? Yi asked after a while. Should be tomorrow. I will leave after I give some things to my mother and the others. Sei Ito replied. Oh. Yi responded and became silent again. Little brother, Yi, come out for dinner. More than 20 minutes later, Suzu Ito's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Got it. Sei Ito replied. Then he got up with Yi and walked out of the room to the living room. They enjoyed dinner with Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Ito Rina, who was a little confused. After dinner, the family sat together and chatted for a while. Then they went to the bathroom to wash up and then returned to their rooms to rest. Ah-Cheng. In Sei Ito's bedroom, Yi took off his clothes, revealing his perfect body. He looked at Sei Ito with a flushed face and whispered, Chapter 535. Seeing Yeye's reaction, how could Ito not understand why? He took off his clothes and hugged Yeye's slightly warm body, kissing her as they lay down. While kissing, Ito's right hand slowly and gently kneaded Yeye's chest, fiddling with the pink nub, provoking Yeye's emotions. Ah Cheng. After a moment, Yeye, who had separated from Ito again, hugged Ito's neck and looked at Ito with misty eyes. At this moment, Ito ignored Yeye's call. Instead, he slowly lowered his body and lowered his head to Yeye's chest to suck. At the same time, the hand that was kneading Yeye's chest slowly moved down her chest and finally landed on Yeye's lower body, gently teasing it. And as soon as his finger touched there, Yeye's body instinctively twisted slightly, and at the same time she unconsciously let out a low moan. Just like that, Ito used kissing, caressing, kneading, and teasing to stimulate Yeye for more than 10 minutes. When his hand once again slid to her lower body, he felt the traces of water before stopping. Yeye, I'm coming. Ito stretched out his hand to push away Yeye's thighs and lightly kissed Yeye's lip. Yeye responded in a daze. After receiving a response, Ito lowered his body and slowly pressed down on Yeye's body, slowly moving. Immediately, Yeye's suppressed moans of pleasure sounded in the room. At the same time, a lewd smell filled with Yeye's body fragrance slowly spread in the room. In this kind of thing, Yeye was more passive compared to Kurenai. She was not like Kurenai, who changed her position and pressed Ito under her body when her emotions were stirred up. Instead, she allowed Ito to fiddle with her, obediently cooperating with all kinds of changes. After a while, Yeye suddenly let out a long moan. Yeye's body was weak in Ito's arms. Her eyes were closed, and her face was red as she gasped for breath. Phew! Seeing this, Itomori held Yeye's waist with one hand and stroked Yeye's back with the other. He held her and slowly lay down on the quilt. He let Yeye quietly enjoy the aftertaste. After a while, Yeye, who came back to her senses, opened her eyes and looked at Ito. Ah Cheng, let's continue. Ito kissed Yeye's lips and said softly, Okay, it's not like we won't see each other in the future. You don't have to force yourself like this. Then he reached out and hugged Yeye's body. He said softly, Okay, let's sleep. Okay. Yeye nodded obediently. She also hugged Ito's body, and closed her eyes to rest. The next night was uneventful, and they slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, Ito, who was refreshed, and Yeye, who looked lazy but beautiful, with rosy skin, got out of bed. After a simple shower, they put on their Taoist clothes and went to the dojo in the front backyard together with Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito, who came later, to start a day of morning exercises. An hour and a half later, everyone who finished their morning exercises went to the bathroom to wash off their sweat, and then returned to the living room one after another. They enjoyed their breakfast together. After breakfast, Ito called out to Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito. He took out the wristband that he made in Hawaii based on the sealing method of the sealing scroll, and explained the function of the wristband to everyone, as well as the specific use of the wristband. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I could use a space item, Suzu Ito said with a sigh while fiddling with the wristband in her hand. What? Rita Ito curled her lips in disdain. However, she, who had seen the world of Ito's Rubik's Cube, did have a reason to disdain the wristband. Although the function is a bit monotonous, if it is spread out, it can also set off a bloody storm. Eriko also said with a sigh, and then said to everyone, So this kind of thing should be used with caution, and try to avoid the possibility of exposure, especially you, Rita. I know. Ito Rina also knew the severity of the situation, so after hearing Eriko's words, he quickly nodded with a serious face. It looks like you have already talked to Yeye? Eriko put the wristband in her hand aside and looked at Ito. Hearing Eriko's words, Suzu Ito and Rita Ito also stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Sei Ito in surprise, not knowing what happened. "And it's done. Yi will stay at home." Sei Ito reached out and held Yi's hand, then turned to look at Yi with a smile and replied. Yi also looked at Sei Ito with a smile. "When are you going to leave?" Eriko nodded slightly and asked again. "In a while." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall and said softly, "Little brother, are you going to?" Suzu Ito, who understood some of the meaning, looked at Sei Ito and asked, "I'm going to leave home for a while and travel around the world to see the local customs and special people of other countries to increase my knowledge," Sei Ito explained with a smile. Rita Ito looked at Sei Ito and opened her mouth to say something, but then she closed her mouth and became silent. "That's great, I also want to go with you," Suzu Ito said with envy. Sei Ito knew that Suzu Ito was joking, so he just smiled and didn't answer. "Forget it, little brother didn't even bring Yi. He definitely won't take me with him. I won't join in the fun. I'll stay at home and accompany Mom." Sure enough, the next moment, Suzu Ito reached out and held Eriko's arm, put her head on her shoulder, and said with a smile, "Go if you want, I don't need you to accompany me." Eriko raised her hand and patted Suzu Ito's forehead, chuckling. "No, even if Mom doesn't need me to accompany her, Rita still needs me." Suzu Ito looked at Rita Ito and smiled. "Right, Rita? Who needs you?" Rita Ito curled her lips and said. Suzu Ito let go of her hand, straightened up, and put her head close to Rita Ito's face and said with a smile, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a while." Rita's temper has grown. "It seems that I have to let you know what the dignity of an older sister is." Rita Ito was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Rita Ito's reaction, everyone laughed in unison. After that, everyone chatted for a while. Sei Ito got up and said goodbye to everyone when he felt that it was almost time. Then, under the eyes of Eriko, Suzu Ito, Rita Ito, and Yi, he left the shrine and walked down the mountain. "Before leaving Japan, let me spread the black balls all over Japan." When he came to a secret place at the foot of the mountain, Sei Ito summoned the Mercedes-Benz sedan and sat inside while driving to the train station. More than half an hour later, Sei Ito came to the train station, put away the Mercedes-Benz sedan in a secret place, and bought a train ticket to Shikoku. After arriving at Shikoku, Sei Ito summoned the Mercedes-Benz sedan again and drove around Shikoku. At the same time, he put down the small black ball receiver for the black ball team in suitable places. Fortunately, Shikoku was not big, and in 2 days, Sei Ito placed a sufficient number of small black ball receivers in the entire Shikoku area, and then took the train to Kyushu again. He still toured the entire Kyushu area in a sightseeing manner and placed a sufficient number of small black ball receivers, but the only difference from Shikoku was that in the center of the intersection between Kyushu and Shikoku, Sei Ito chose a place to carry out the forbidden ability, forbidden space, and reinforcement transformation, and put down the black ball number 3. After that, Sei Ito took the train again to China Island, Kanto, and Hokkaido. It took more than 20 days to place a sufficient number of small black ball receivers in these 3 areas, and put down the black ball number 4 and the black ball number 5 in suitable places in Kanto and Hokkaido. At this point, the entire Japan area was enveloped in the transmission distance of these 5 black balls, and there were black ball teams everywhere that could respond at any time. During this period, the Tokyo team and the Osaka team carried out 4 missions, the Kyushu Shikoku team carried out 3 missions, and the Kanto team carried out 1 mission. As for Hokkaido, because the arrangement had just been completed, there was no record of any team members entering. Among them, the Tokyo team's execution ability was the strongest. Although the tasks carried out were still relatively heavy because of the number of people, they successfully completed the Black Ball mission at the cost of the deaths of many newcomers. When the Hokkaido Black Ball was finally completed, there were still 6 members in the Tokyo Black Ball team. They were the leader, Yoshike's Heisei, the vice leader, Yuko Nikochi, a middle-aged male special person, 2 environmental personnel, and an ordinary soy sauce student. Their scores were: Yoshike's Heisei 95 points, Yuko Nikochi 60 points, middle-aged male special person 65 points, male environmental personnel 25 points, female environmental personnel 10 points, and ordinary soy sauce student 0 points. After the Tokyo team, the Osaka team went through 4 life and death battles. Although there were still no old people surviving, the replacement of the old and new members was smooth. When the Hokkaido Black Ball was completed, there were still 4 newcomers surviving. One of the male newcomers scored 10 points and the others 0 points. Next was the newly built Kyushu Shikoku team. However, because it was located in a remote area and was one of the main areas affected by the Demon War, the situation of the returning members was not obvious. There were not many newcomers joining the team, and even if they joined the team, they were not the opponents of the lowest level D-level mission target. Therefore, after 3 missions, the Kyushu Shikoku team was the same as the Kanto team. No one survived, and the whole team was empty. Fortunately, there were few people in Kyushu Shikoku. Even if the person selected as the target by the Black Ball did not die, he was the only one. Even if the existence of the Black Ball team was mentioned, no one would believe it. The existence of the Black Ball team had not yet been exposed. However, despite this, Sei Ito suspended the release of the Black Ball mission in the Kyushu Shikoku area, and only retained the ability to receive the Black Ball personnel, so that they could start the mission again when enough members were gathered. Chapter 536. On the plane to China, Sei Ito played with the little black ball in his hand and thought to himself, Yoshimi Yoshi is already at 95 points. It's a pity that I don't have a suitable enhancement option for her. It seems like I have to find time to visit the world of 2 espers. Excuse me, where did you buy the little black ball in your hand? Just as Sei Ito was deep in thought, a young woman sitting next to him suddenly asked. Sei Ito looked at the woman in surprise. He didn't expect someone to like this. However, he couldn't care less about this kind of personal hobby. He smiled and explained, I don't know if this thing is for sale because I got it by chance. Is that so? The woman said in a low voice with a disappointed look. Sei Ito smiled apologetically. He didn't say anything like, I'll give it to you, to win the woman's favor, even though the woman was quite pretty. The woman also saw that Sei Ito didn't want to give the little black ball to her. She curled her lips and turned to look at the clouds outside the window. 3.5 hours later, the plane finally landed smoothly at Beijing International Airport. I didn't expect to stand on China's soil again after 2 years. Sei Ito exclaimed as he walked out of the departure hall and smelled the strange PM2.5 air. Then, he reached out and stopped a taxi. He sat in the front passenger seat and said in fluent Mandarin, Go to Beijing Hotel. Okay. The driver agreed and started the car to go to Beijing Hotel. The traffic in Beijing was still the same. It was very congested, not to mention that it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the rush hour. The traffic was even worse, so it took more than 2 hours to finish the 1-hour drive. Sei Ito entered the Beijing Hotel. What a show-off. Not only did it cost a lot of money, but it also took a lot of time. If I took the subway, I would have been in the room by now. Sei Ito held the room key in his hand and took the elevator to the floor where his room was located. Ding, the elevator door slowly opened. Sei Ito stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the room he had booked. Soon, they arrived in front of a room with the words 1331 nailed on the door. Okay. Sei Ito opened the door with the room card and walked in. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Lulakang to buy some things. Then, I'll go to Lulakang at noon or in the afternoon to meet my father's relative. Seito thought to himself as he walked into the room. The dividing line of memories. Mother, I'll be flying to China soon. I'll call you when I get there, Seito said into the phone while standing in Osaka International Airport. China. Eriko paused and said hesitantly, Ah-cheng. If it's convenient, go to Beijing XX Street XX to see your father's father. Okay. Seito was stunned. Also, use your other name when you go there, Eriko said softly. Okay. Seito paused for a second and then quickly searched his memory. Soon, a Chinese name appeared in Seito's mind. Also, remember to be patient when you get there. Don't be too impulsive. After all, it's not like home. Eriko reminded him. Don't worry, Mother. I'll be careful. Seito comforted her. Flight XXXX to Beijing is about to take off. Dear customers, please hurry to the boarding gate to check in. At this time, the flight announcement in Osaka International Airport suddenly sounded. Mother, I'm boarding now, Seito said. Okay, go ahead, Eriko said. Then, she hung up the phone. When Seito heard the busy tone on the phone, he put the phone away and walked to the ticket gate with his ticket in hand. The memory ended. President XXX met with XXX from XXX country in Africa at the Dioutai State Guesthouse today. The female announcer reported with perfect pronunciation. It's so familiar. This is the feeling of a news broadcast. Itose listened to the voice from the TV and sighed with a chuckle. Then, Seito went into the bathroom to wash his face. He went back to the room and turned off the TV. He left the room and went to the restaurant on the ground floor. In the restaurant, Seito ordered a table of pure Chinese food. It included Peking duck, yusiang shredded pork, double-cooked pork, mapo tofu, poached pork slices, stir-fried potato, squirrel mandarin fish, egg and persimmon soup, and a plate of chive dumplings. Seems like I ordered too much. Seito looked at the table full of food and thought to himself. However, Seito didn't care. He mainly wanted to taste the flavor. Anyway, if he couldn't finish it, he could take it away. Even if he didn't take it away, he had the Rubik's Cube space to store food. He wasn't afraid of wasting food. Seito began to eat under the strange gaze of the waitress. Bill. Half an hour later, Seito relied on his ability to use qi to accelerate digestion. He swept the table full of food and said to the waitress with a satisfied expression. The total is $15.80. The waitress handed the bill to Seito. Seito took the bill and glanced at it casually. He reached into his pocket and took out a wallet. He took out 16 red-faced RMB notes and handed it to the waitress. After a while, Seito took the change back from the waitress and left the Beijing hotel with the waitress bowing and sending him off. He walked to the nearby Wangfujing Street. He planned to go shopping, broaden his horizons, and digest his food there. More than an hour later, Seito, who had seen a lot of eye-catching girls with long legs in Wangfujing Street, returned to the Beijing hotel, washed up, and rested. After that, he slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, after washing up, Itose ate soy milk and fried dough sticks in a restaurant, which he had not eaten for a long time. He then took a taxi to Lulikang Street outside the Heping Gate of Beijing. After being guided by several passers-by, Itose finally arrived at his destination. Is this the place? Seito looked up at the 3 words, Fragrant Book Shop, written on the signboard and thought to himself. He then walked in. There weren't many people in the Fragrant Book House. There were only 4 or 5 of them, and they were all elderly people. They were all quietly looking at the paintings hanging on the wall. Behind the counter in the Fragrant Book House, an old man with a ruddy complexion and a strong body was sitting on a lacquered wooden chair. He was wearing a white silk training suit, flipping through a book with one hand and pouring water from a small teapot into his mouth with the other. Seeing this old man, Seito stopped and immediately walked toward him. Seito walked in front of the old man, cupped his fist, and said in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you Elder by Uebai?" "That's me." "And you are?" The old man looked up at Seito and asked with a puzzled face. "I'm Seito. I was introduced by Mr. Liu of Japan's Cheetah Bunsai." Seito reached out and took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Elder Bai. "You were introduced by Xiao Lu." Elder Bai took the letter and checked it. He nodded and opened the envelope. After a while, he looked at Seito with a smile and said, "Xiao Lu has already mentioned your matter in the letter. However, other than the superior yellow joss paper and cinnabar, the other things you want are more difficult to get. Mr. Liu has already told me about this, so I'll just leave it to fate." Seito smiled indifferently. "Little brother, you're very open-minded." Elder Bai smiled. Then he continued, "Then let's talk about the yellow joss paper and cinnabar. How much do you want?" "The more the better." Seito replied vaguely. "There has to be a quantity." Elder Bai frowned and said, "Outside of 1,000 pieces, there's no upper limit. As for cinnabar, 15 caddies." Seito pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, but it's too much. You'll have to wait for a few days." Elder Bai nodded. "No problem." Seito agreed with a smile. Then he turned his head and glanced at the items around Elder Bai and said, "Elder Bai, I'm going to visit my elders in a while. Is there anything good to recommend?" "It depends on which elders you want to visit." Elder Bai smiled and asked, "Grandpa, there may be an uncle." Seito said with uncertainty. Elder Bai looked at Seito in surprise, but he did not say anything. He got up from the chair and walked to the side of the painting scroll to take it down. Then he walked to the bookshelf at the side and took a thread-bound book back to Seito. He put the two items on the table and said, "This Green Mountain Lone Pine painting is suitable for the elderly. This Qing Dynasty classic can be given to your uncle. However, I don't know what he does, so it may not be suitable." "I can't help it. I haven't contacted them for many years. I don't know what they are doing now. Even the old man's address was only known in the past 2 days." Ito-sei spread out his hands and said helplessly, "I see." Elder Bai said with a look of realization, "But I believe in Elder Bai's taste. I'll take these two." Seito smiled and said, "How much?" "That painting is 33,000, that ancient book is 28,000, you just have to give me 60,000. Everyone liked to hear compliments, so old Master Bai smiled happily. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Seito took out a bank card and handed it to Elder Bai with a smile. "Little Zhang." Elder Bai reached out and took the bank card. He turned his head and shouted into the back room. "Coming." Soon, a young man with short hair, who was about 1.8 meters tall, had a strong body, well-proportioned muscles, and a firm lower body, walked out from the back room. "Swipe the card, 60,000. Elder Bai handed the bank card to Little Zhang. "Okay." Little Zhang agreed. He took the bank card and walked to the card reader at the side to operate it. "Tantue?" Seito looked at Little Zhang, who was walking away, and said to Elder Bai. Chapter 537. P.S. Thank you to Wind Not Be Foolish for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Hisakav for your tip. Little brother, you have good eyesight. Master Bai looked at Seito in surprise and praised. Little brother, are you also a martial artist? Xiao Zhang, who came back with the receipt, also looked at Seito in surprise. You can say that, but I'm not good at it. Seito took the bank card and receipt, put away the bank card, and signed his name on the receipt as he replied. "Oh." Xiao Zhang looked at Seito from head to toe and found that he didn't look like someone who had practiced martial arts. He nodded in understanding. Old Master Bai, who was on the side, smiled slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Ito-sei meaningfully and didn't say anything. "If the things are ready, Master Bai can find me by calling this number." After Seito returned the receipt to Xiaozhang, he took out a business card with only his name and phone number written on it and handed it to Master Bai. Okay. Master Bai accepted the business card and nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Seito reached out and took the things on the table. He cupped his fist and smiled. Xiaozhang, see the guest out. Master Bai said to Xiaozhang. Seito didn't stop him. He smiled and walked to the door of the fragrant book house with Xiaozhang. Then, they cupped their fists and walked out of Lulikang. Of course, on the way out, Seito was bored and prepared to pick up some things. However, he didn't rely on historical knowledge. Instead, he used his special vision to observe the amount and color of the world's power on the surface of the object to determine whether it was genuine. However, although there were genuine goods in Lulikang, it was just luck. However, it was like trying one's luck. Under normal circumstances, it was mostly imitation or factory-manufactured goods. Therefore, until Seito walked out of Lulikang Street, he didn't find a single item from the Republic of China. Then, Seito got into the taxi that he had just stopped and went to the address that his mother had told him. Half an hour later, the car drove into the Xiqing district and stopped in front of a residential area. How am I supposed to find them? Seito stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and looked at the uncles and aunties strolling in the neighborhood, the naughty kids playing around, and the young wives and fat sisters-in-law chatting. He muttered to himself speechlessly. However, since he was already here, it would be a waste if he didn't ask. Therefore, Seito walked into the neighborhood and stopped in front of a few old aunties and uncles. He asked with a smile, "Aunties, do you know where Chen Xingqing lives?" "Chen Xingqing? I don't know." The middle-aged woman lowered her head and tried to recall. Then, she looked up at Seito and said. Then he turned to the old man beside him and said, "Lao Wang, do you know Chen Xingqing?" "Chen Xingqing? I don't know." The old man raised his head and looked at Seito. Then, he asked, "Does this Chen Xingqing have any special characteristics?" "I don't know. My family gave me this address, but it seems to be from a few years ago," Seito replied. "A few years ago? I don't know. I also moved back here. However, you can go over there and ask Lao Lu. He is the landlord here. He knows this place very well." Lao Wang reached out and pointed at a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. He was wearing gray shorts and a pair of loafers. The old man was smoking a pipe and his short silver hair was shining under the sun. He lowered his head and watched others play chess. "Thank you, uncle." Seito looked at the figure that Lao Wang was pointing at and quickly thanked him with a smile. Then, Seito carried the things and walked to the old man called Lao Lu. He greeted, "Uncle Lu." Hearing the greeting, Lao Lu was stunned. He turned to look at Seito and asked with a puzzled face, "You are? I have something to ask you. Do you know Chen Xingqing?" Seito asked politely. "Chen Xingqing? Chen Xingqing. Oh, you mean Chen Bahu, that old thing, right?" Lao Lu frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly said to Seito. "I don't know," Seito said with a stunned face. "Why are you looking for him if you don't know?" Lao Lu looked up and down at Seito and asked. "It's like this. My family has always been overseas. This time, I just came back to China because of some things. So, my mother asked me to come here and see the old man. However, the address she gave me seems to be from a few years ago. So, I don't know anything except the name," Seito said helplessly. "Overseas? Who is Chen Yongda to you?" Lao Lu carefully looked at Seito and suddenly asked. "That's my father," Seito replied. "So, it's the son of the kid who ran to Japan after getting into trouble," Lao Lu said with a look of realization. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, the Chen Xingqing you are looking for is the Chen Bahu I mentioned. However, he doesn't live here anymore. He moved away with his eldest son." "Moved away? Can you still contact him?" Seito quickly asked. Lao Lu frowned and said, "Come with me." After that, he walked away with Seito. So, this is the son of Chun Bahu's son. He actually grew up so big. Just as the two of them left, an old man said with a look of emotion. Obviously, he was also a local resident. He was very clear about the family affairs in this area. "Who is Chun Bahu?" an outsider asked with a look of curiosity. Chun Bahu, that stubborn old man, is not an ordinary person. Then, the local resident began to explain the glorious history of Chun Bahu. However, at this time, Seito was already taken to the neighborhood committee by Lao Lu, so he didn't hear the rest of the words. "Gao Jifan, do you have Chun Bahu's contact number?" Lao Lu said to an old woman sitting behind a sign with the word, "Director," written on it in the neighborhood committee. "Why are you looking for his contact address?" The old woman named Gao Jifan looked up at Lao Lu and asked. This, the son of Chun Bahu's second son, came back to visit his family. Lao Lu pointed at Seito and explained. "So it's like this." Gao Jifan looked at Seito and nodded. "Wait a moment." Then, she got up from her seat and turned to face the army green iron cabinet behind her. She opened one of the cabinets and took out a dozen documents and put them on the table. Then, she closed the cabinet door and looked down at the document. "Found it." After a while, Gao Jifan said aloud. Then, she looked up at Seito and told him Chun Xingqing's latest address and contact information. "Thank you," Seito thanked her. "Do you need me to call him for you?" Gao Jifan smiled and asked enthusiastically. "No need, I can go there myself," Seito smiled and refused. "Okay, say hello to old Chun for me," Gao Jifan said as she reached out to Seito. "Okay." Seito shook hands with the other party and said goodbye to Gao Jifan and Lao Lu. He carried his things and rushed to Chun Xingqing's new address by car. It seems that the second son of the Bahu family hasn't forgotten his roots. "His Chinese is pretty good," Lao Lu said to Gao Jifan after Seito left. 20 minutes later, Seito arrived in front of another residential area in the Xiqing district and stopped. Then, he bought a bag of fruits, 2 bottles of wine, and some skincare products suitable for both men and women in the mall at the entrance. Then, he walked to the address he wrote down before. Ding dong, ding dong. Seito reached out and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Soon, a young female voice came from the room. Then, with a creak sound, the light green steel anti-theft door was opened from the inside. Then, a girl with long hair, wearing thick fur slippers, light yellow cropped pants, and a white short-sleeved t-shirt with cartoon patterns on the chest appeared in front of Seito. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. "Who are you?" The girl frowned and looked at Seito. "Is this Chun Xingqing's house?" Seito didn't care about the girl's attitude. After all, this kind of rebellious girl was not uncommon in his previous life. He smiled and asked, "You're not looking for my dad?" The girl looked at Seito in surprise. Then, without waiting for him to answer, she continued, "This is him. But who are you?" Her attitude was a little better than before. "Shichin, who is it?" Just as Seito was about to speak, a hale and hearty old man walked out of the room and asked the girl, "Grandpa, he's looking for you." Seeing that the person in question had come out, the girl didn't block the door anymore. She directly opened the door and said to the old man who came out behind her, "He's looking for me." The old man, Chun Xingqing, frowned and muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Seito standing at the door and said, "Come in." Seito nodded and stepped into the room. He closed the door behind him, then took off his shoes and stepped on the slippers that Shichin had thrown on the ground. "What do you want? But let me tell you, if you're here to ask my son for a favor, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible," the old man sitting on the sofa said coldly as he looked at Seito who walked in. Seito looked at the old man and the little girl beside him with a stunned expression. He thought to himself, Don't tell me that so-called uncle is just a small official. However, whether he was an official or not had nothing to do with Seito. He was here mainly to meet the old man. As for other trivial matters, he wouldn't get involved. Anyway, he didn't lack anything. He calmly placed the things on the coffee table in front of the sofa and said, "My name is Chen Shiching. I'm here to see you on behalf of my mother." Hearing Seito's words, the old man's expression immediately changed. He stared at Seito with bright eyes and asked in a deep voice, "If you're Chen Shiching, then who is your father?" "My father is Chen Yongda," Seito said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xingqing suddenly stood up from the sofa and looked at Seito in front of him emotionally. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Grandpa!" Chen Shichen called out with a confused and worried expression. "Since your mother asked you to come see me, then why didn't your father come back personally?" After a moment, Chen Xingqing calmed down and said coldly again, "Because he's dead." Seito looked up at the old man's eyes and said softly. Chapter 538. Chen Xingqing was stunned. He subconsciously took a step back with his right foot and bumped into the edge of the sofa behind him. His body immediately wobbled and sat on the sofa. He looked a few years older than before. "Grandpa!" Chen Shichen saw this and hurriedly stepped forward and sat next to Chen Xingqing. After sitting for a moment, Chen Xingqing asked in a low voice, "How did he die?" "In an accident, an accidental death." Seito recalled the information about this body's father and found that there was no specific cause of death at all. There was only this explanation. Even when they met later, it was the ashes of this body's father and not his body. However, this was not something that Seito needed to consider at the moment, so he described the cause of death in his memory. "Why didn't he tell me when he died?" Chen Xingqing clenched his fists and asked in a low voice. "Sorry, I don't know." He didn't know this kind of old story, so he shook his head and replied. "Then where is he buried?" Chen Xingqing didn't think much of Seito's answer and asked again. "In the back mountain of our shrine," Seito said. Chen Xingqing was silent again after getting the answer. "Since you are in good health, then we are relieved." After a moment of silence, Seito changed the topic. Then he took out the picture scroll from the things on the coffee table and put it aside. "This is for you, this is for Uncle." Seito took out the Qing dynasty book again and said, "These tonics are for the women in the family." Seito said finally, "Then I will leave." Seito straightened up and looked at Chen Xingqing. "Stop." Just as Seito was about to leave, Chen Xingqing, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. When Seito stopped, Chen Xingqing said in a low voice, "Since you are Yongda's son, then you are our Chen family seed. It's fine if you don't want to greet anyone, but you must have a meal with your family. Shichen, call your parents and aunt and tell them to come back immediately." Chen Xingqing then ordered Chen Shichen. "Okay." Chen Shichen responded and turned to look at Seito standing there. She got up and went back to her room and used her phone to contact the others. "Sit there and tell me about your family situation." After Chen Shichen left, Chen Xingqing pointed and said in a low voice. Ito-sei didn't object. He obediently walked to the sofa and sat down. He whispered, "Our family right now." After a while, Chen Shichen, who had finished contacting her relatives, walked out of her room and stood aside to listen to Seito's explanation. However, there wasn't much that could be said. Other than their current residence, their family situation, and whether they were doing well, other things like exorcism were not suitable for Chen Xingqing, who was an ordinary person and had at most some farming experience. Therefore, it only took him a few minutes to finish explaining his family's situation. "You have 2 older sisters?" Chen Xingqing asked after listening to Seito's explanation. "Rubik's Cube World 538 inches." Seito nodded. "Not bad. You still know how to continue the family line. Chen Xingqing nodded and said, much better than Yongli. Saito knew that the Yongli Chen Xingqing mentioned was probably the so-called uncle. He raised his head and looked at Chen Shichen, who was standing on the side. After all, Chen Xingqing's words seemed to imply that he favored boys over girls. He didn't know if the latter was used to Chen Xingqing's old way of thinking. He didn't care about the hidden meaning in Chen Xingqing's words. He just looked at Ito-sei and continued to play with the iPhone 5 in his hand. Then, the room fell into silence again. The only noise was the domestic anti-Japanese drama playing on the TV. 40 minutes later, the sound of a key twisting the lock interrupted the silence. Go, Dad. There was a knock on the door, followed by a female voice. Then, a middle-aged woman in her 30s walked into the room. Her legs were wrapped in nude-colored stockings, and she wore a grayish-white knee-length skirt and a lavender long-sleeved shirt. She had curly black hair and a round face that looked a little plump, and she looked to be in her 30s. Mom. When Chen Shichen saw the woman walking into the room and bending over to take off her shoes, she immediately called out, Xiaohua, don't take off your shoes yet. Go downstairs and buy some groceries. Chen Xingqing spoke after Chen Shichen. The woman was taken aback when she heard Chen Xingqing's words. Then, she looked at Saito, who was sitting on the side, and agreed. Okay, Dad. Mom, I'll go with you. Chen Shichen, who saw that Xiaohua was about to leave, quickly ran to the door and said while putting on her shoes. You don't usually go when I ask you to. What's wrong with you today? Did the sun rise from the west? Xiaohua looked at her daughter and teased. Let's go. Chen Shichen didn't refute. After putting on her shoes, she grabbed Xiaohua's arm and dragged her out of the room. Bang! The door slammed shut with a muffled sound. However, not long after the silence in the room, the door was opened from the outside again. Then, a slightly plump man in a black suit with a white shirt underneath and a black tie walked in. He had a ruddy face and a slightly arrogant expression. Dad, why did you ask Shichen to call me back in the middle of the day? The man asked. Just come back when I asked you to. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? What's wrong? Don't you listen to me? Chen Xingqing's temper towards this man was not ordinary. He directly scolded him. At this time, the man who came in also noticed Saito, who was sitting on the side. An awkward expression flashed across his face. Then, he returned to the way he was when he entered the room and walked in with a serious expression. Dad, this is... The man, Chen Yongli, looked up and down at Saito. After looking at the things on the table, he frowned slightly and said, This is Shiqing, Yongda's son. He came back to visit his family. Chen Xingqing pointed at Saito and introduced, but when he mentioned Yongda, his expression that had just recovered dimmed again. Yongda's son? Hearing Chen Xingqing's words, Chen Yongli looked at Saito and said with a surprised expression, Hello. Saito got up from the sofa and said with a salute. As for the other relatives, he didn't have the intention to call them that at all. Chen Yongli also noticed something from Saito's behavior. After frowning and nodding in response, he walked to the side and sat down. Where are Xiaohua and Shichen? They went to buy groceries. Chen Xingqing said. Why buy groceries? Just go to the restaurant outside to eat. Chen Yongli said. This is a family meal, not a normal meal. You treat it as a social event. Just find a restaurant. Chen Xingqing said in a dissatisfied tone. I didn't mean that. Facing Chen Xingqing, Chen Yongli couldn't lose his temper even if he had 100 times. His tone was full of helplessness. Then he turned to look at Saito and said, Your name is Shiqing, right? What about your father? Is he okay? Father has passed away for several years. Saito replied. What? Chen Yongli was shocked when he heard this and looked at his father, Chen Xingqing, with some worry. Although the latter's face was full of sadness, his mood was relatively stable and there was no excessive reaction. Then who else is in your family? Seeing this, Chen Yongli, who was a little relieved, asked Sei-Ito again. There is also my mother and 2 sisters. Sei-Ito replied. Why didn't they come together? Chen Yongli's voice was still flat, but Sei-Ito still felt some dissatisfaction in it. There are still some things in Japan that I can't get away from, so I can't come. Sei-Ito replied. Then why did you come to China this time? Chen Yongli didn't say anything and asked again. I have something to do and then I will go sightseeing. Sei-Ito replied. Looking at your appearance, you are only a little older than Shichen. You should still be in school. Although Chen Yongli's question was nothing, how could Sei-Ito not understand the underlying meaning? It was nothing more than asking why he didn't go to school and still had time to travel around the world. Yes. Sei-Ito naturally couldn't answer this question, so he pretended to be stupid and replied. What school? Seeing that Sei-Ito didn't seem to understand, Chen Yongli continued to guide him. Tokyo University, Department of History. Sei-Ito replied. Tokyo University, it seems that you are very good at your studies. Chen Yongli's face flashed with realization and said. After that, Chen Yongli didn't have any special emotions. He chatted with Sei-Ito about daily life until they were interrupted by the sound of the door opening after more than 10 minutes. Then, the woman Sei-Ito saw before, Xiaohua Chen Shichen, and a middle-aged woman wearing black trousers, a white shirt and a black suit jacket walked in together. She had short hair and a figure comparable to Chen Yongli. Dad! The unfamiliar woman greeted Chen Xingqing. Yongxia. Chen Xingqing glanced at the woman and then turned to Sei-Ito and introduced her to him. This is your aunt, Chen Yongxia. Hello. Although Chen Xingqing introduced her, it was Sei-Ito's business whether to call her or not. Therefore, Sei-Ito still stood up and greeted her politely. This is. Chen Yongxia looked at Chen Yongli and Chen Xingqing with a puzzled expression and asked. He is Yongda's child. Chen Yongli said. Yongda's? Chen Yongxia exclaimed in surprise when she heard that. After that, Chen Yongxia, who understood the general situation, went into the kitchen and helped Chen Shichen's mother, Xiaohua, prepare the dishes. After more than half an hour, everyone sat at a big table filled with food. The main seat was naturally taken by the old man, Chen Xingqing. Then, starting from his left side, Chen Yongli, Chen Shichen's mother, Xiaohua Chen Shichen, Chen Yongxia and Chen Shichen, who was also Sei-Ito, sat on the right side of the old man. Today's meal is to let Shichen recognize his family. As for how to get along with each other in the future, that's your business. However, after this meal, Shichen will be a member of the Chen family. You have to help him when necessary. Do you understand? Before the meal, the old man, Chen Xingqing, said solemnly. Got it, Dad. The rest replied quickly. As for Chen Shichen, it didn't matter if she agreed or not. Shichen, you too. It's fine if you don't greet them, but everyone here is your family. You have to decide how to deal with them. I won't say much. Chen Xingqing looked at Sei-Ito and said. Sei-Ito nodded and didn't say a word. Alright, let's dig in. Chen Xingqing didn't say anything. He picked up the chopsticks in front of him, propped them on the table, and announced. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. However, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as when Sei-Ito wasn't around. After all, no matter if it was the Chen family or Sei-Ito, apart from the old man, no one else could get into their roles and get along so well. But even so, there were some things that they didn't hide. For example, Chen Yongli, who was 45 years old, was currently serving as a deputy bureau chief in the Beijing Industry and Commerce Tax Department. But with his age, there was still a lot of hope for him to continue to rise. It all depended on whether he could follow the right path in the future. Liu Xiaohua, 40 years old, held an idle position in the Social Management Department of the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was currently a section chief. She was obviously the product of being taken care of by her husband. Chen Yongxia, 47 years old, held the position of a logistics director in a key high school. She had some power and could get some hidden money from others. Chen Shichen, 17 years old, had just finished her college entrance examination and received the admission notice from Peking University. She was currently on vacation. Although she was admitted to Peking University, her admission score was almost 200 points lower than the other candidate. She was obviously one of the candidates who had been taken care of by the emperor. By the way, Shiqing, how long will you stay in Beijing this time? Lu Xiaohua asked during the meal. I'm not sure. It depends on the situation. But I'll definitely stay for 3 to 5 days, Seito replied. If that's the case, let Shichen accompany you. Let her show you around, Lu Xiaohua suggested with a smile. That's right, Chen Xingqing said. Okay, thank you. Seito didn't refuse and thanked him. Shichen, you have to accompany your cousin. Lu Xiaohua turned to her daughter Chen Shichen beside her and said. Okay, Chen Shichen secretly pouted and replied in a low voice. After a while, they finished their lunch with a slightly weird atmosphere. After that, Itomori just sat there and watched the Chen family chatting with each other like an outsider. Lu Xiaohua was more attentive and noticed Seito's situation. She turned to Chen Shichen and said, Shichen, take Shiching out for a walk. Okay. Chen Shichen replied and got up from her seat. She went back to her room to get her phone. Lu Xiaohua secretly gave her a few pictures of the old man, and she left with Seito, who was politely saying goodbye to everyone. Where do you want to go? Chen Shichen played with her phone while absent-mindedly asking Seito, who was following behind her. It doesn't matter, anywhere is fine, Seito replied. Okay. Chen Shichen replied casually and ignored Seito as she continued to play with her phone. Then the two of them left the building and walked out of the neighborhood. They stopped a taxi and drove away. Chapter 539. Leisure. Not long after, the two of them were dropped off at Shidan Plaza and stopped there. Chen Shichen got out of the car and brought Seito to a nearby KFC. Chen Shichen. Just as the two of them entered the KFC, a girl's voice reached their ears. Hearing the greeting, Chen Shichen immediately turned her gaze and walked over with a smile. How long have the two of you been waiting? Chen Shichen sat at a small square table, eating French fries and drinking a large glass of Coke. Her face was lightly painted and she had earrings in her ears. She was dressed fashionably. Not long. One of the female voices said. She was wearing a yellow round-necked short-sleeved shirt with a skull rock band printed on the front. Her hair was dyed light brown, and her chin-length sideburns drooped down naturally. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head. Who is this? The other girl was wearing a black sleeveless singlet with a light blue pattern on the front. She had long black hair that reached her eyebrows and asked Seito, who was beside Chen Shichen. A foreign relative who appeared out of nowhere. My mom asked me to bring him around, Chen Shichen explained as she sat beside the black-haired girl. Hey, this relative of yours is a little handsome, the black-haired girl whispered in Chen Shichen's ear. However, no matter how soft her voice was, it was useless to Seito, who had sharp ears. Therefore, Seito heard everything she said clearly. Tisk. Chen Shichen glanced at Yitingqing and snorted at the girl. Have a seat, handsome, the girl with the dyed hair greeted Seito. Thank you. Seito sat beside her. He thanked her as he did so. What now? Are we still going shopping? The black-haired girl asked softly. Shopping, Chen Shichen said affirmatively. Then, she glanced at Seito and whispered, Isn't there a free and strong labor force here? Shichen, you have such a bad conscience. The black-haired girl snickered. Let me introduce them to you. Chen Shichen suddenly said to Seito. Then, she pointed at the black-haired girl and the girl with the dyed hair and introduced them separately. This is Lu Sisi and that is Wang Shui. Nice to meet you. The black-haired girl, Lu Sisi, nodded as a greeting. On the other hand, the girl with the dyed hair, Wang Shui, greeted Sei Ito politely. His name is Chen Shichen. You can say he's my brother. Chen Shichen then pointed at Sei Ito and introduced him to Lu Sisi and Wang Shui. Nice to meet you, Sei Ito said. Alright, since everyone is here, let's go now, Chen Shichen said. Okay. Lu Sisi and Wang Shui picked up the things in front of them and left the KFC with Sei Ito and Chen Shichen. They started to walk around Shidan Square. Along the way, the three girls walked in front together and whispered to each other. From time to time, they would let out a carefree laugh. They completely ignored Sei Ito, who was following behind them, and leisurely walked around the shops that interested them. Sei Ito didn't feel unhappy about this. After all, Shidan was a famous bustling street in Beijing. Other than Chen Shichen, the other two girls were wearing black stockings and revealing their long legs. Along the way, Sei Ito saw eye-catching girls and beautiful legs in stockings. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in the business of shopping and admiring the beauty. However, at this moment, a young man who was gradually approaching the three girls caught Sei Ito's attention. A thief. Looking at the skillful movements, Sei Ito thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward to the thief's side. Before the latter could react, he grabbed the thief's wrist and locked it. At the same time, he kicked the thief's calf, making him kneel on the ground. The thief howled in pain. The thief's body leaned back and screamed in pain. The thief's scream immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by, as well as the attention of his accomplices, who were on the lookout. After discovering that Sei Ito was not a police officer, they all mixed in with the crowd and quietly came up. Wang Shui, the wallet on the ground is yours, right? Sei Ito said to Wang Shui. It's mine. Wang Shui quickly leaned over and picked up the wallet from the ground. At the same time, with her actions, the surrounding people also understood who the guy in Sei Ito's hand was. Boy, let go of me, or I will kill you. After the initial pain, the thief who recovered his strength threatened Sei Ito. You can try. Sei Ito's arm once again exerted force. With Sei Ito's arm exerting force, the thief screamed in pain again. Hey, let's go quickly. The thieves here all have accomplices. If we are late, they will catch up. Lu Sisi whispered to Sei Ito. Hearing Lu Sisi's words, the thief's arrogance flared up once again. He took a deep breath and shouted, Little girl, you have sharp eyes. I'm in a hurry to let go now. If I'm late and lose any parts of my body, don't blame me for not warning you. Sei Ito sneered and kicked the thief's other leg, making him kneel down. Damn it, you are looking for death. The thief, who felt humiliated, ignored the pain and shouted, Brothers, go! Following the thief's words, 5 or 6 young men with blades or knives in their hands walked out from the crowd and surrounded Sei Ito and the 3 girls. Brother, let them go, and we'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, even if you're good at fighting, the 3 girls behind you might not be as good as you. It wouldn't be good if there's a cut on their white and tender faces. Don't you think so? One of the thieves, who was holding a dagger and looked like a human, said in a threatening tone. Hearing the thief's threat, Lu Sisi, Wang Shui, and Chen Shichen's faces turned pale at the same time and moved closer together. Don't worry, they can't do anything to you. I promise. Sei Ito ignored the thief's threat and turned to Chen Shichen and the girls with a smile. Even though the latter did not quite believe it, he still forced a stiff, dry smile on his face. Today, I will be a living Lei Feng. Sei Ito looked away and muttered to himself. Then, he threw the thief in his hand towards the thief, who threatened him as if he was throwing a sack. Then, without caring about the result, he took out a 5-wu steel knife and threw it as a hidden weapon. Ouch, ouch, ouch! In an instant, cries of pain came from the mouths of the thieves, and thin blades fell to the ground one after another. Not good, it's a little harder. Let's go. The thief who dodged the attack had a change in expression. he shouted and immediately ran into the crowd, squeezing his way out of the crowd. With the reminder of their companions, the others naturally stopped pretending and followed suit. They rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Let's go too. Otherwise, we will have to go to the police station," Seito said to Chun-Shichen and the girls after dealing with the thieves. "Oh," the three girls replied in a daze. Then, they followed behind Seito and disappeared from the crowd. "Hey Chun-Shichen, what you used just now was martial arts, right?" Wang Shui, who had recovered, looked at Seito with interest. When they heard Wang Shui's question, Lu Sisi and Chun-Shichen also looked over curiously. "You can say so," Seito shrugged. "It's really martial arts," Wang Shui said in surprise when she got the answer. Then, she became more interested and asked, "Which sect is it? Shaolin, Wudong, or something else?" "It's nothing. It's just something I practice blindly." Seito didn't expect Wang Shui to be so interested in it, so he answered perfunctorily. "Even if you practice blindly, it's still very powerful," Lu Sisi continued. "Yeah." Wang Shui agreed. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability." Chun-Shichen also looked at Seito strangely. "Shichen, what do you think about letting him bring us to Bar Street?" At this moment, Lu Sisi walked to Chun-Shichen's side and whispered in her ear. Chun-Shichen's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned to look at Lu Sisi and nodded after exchanging glances with her. It was considered that this matter was settled. On the way, Chun-Shichen and the other two girls started to chat around Seito. They didn't forget about him like they did at the beginning and treated him as if he didn't exist. Just like this, unknowingly, it was already around 5:30 in the afternoon. "Let's eat here." Chun-Shichen stopped in front of a medium-sized Hunan restaurant and said. Then, with the three girls taking the lead and Seito following behind, they walked into the Hunan restaurant and sat down in a private room. Then, Chun-Shichen, Wang Shui, and Lu Sisi ordered 1 or 2 dishes for dinner. The dishes were served very quickly. They didn't chat for long before most of the dishes were served. "Everyone, let's eat," Seito called out. The three girls didn't hold back and directly reached for their favorite dishes and started eating. Bill. After more than half a day, Seito, who was almost done eating, called out to the waiter. After paying the bill and leaving the Hunan restaurant, Chun-Shichen, Lu Sisi, and Wang Shui, who later found out about the plan, quietly looked at each other. They reached out to stop a taxi and went to Bar Street in Sanlitun. Seito, who was well aware of the three girls' plan, didn't say anything and followed them to Sanlitun with a faint smile. Sanlitun was located in the east of Chaoyang district. It got its name because it was 3 miles away from the inner city. However, it was now famous because of the Bar Street here. Sanlitun Bar Street was one of the most prosperous entertainment venues in Beijing. It was a place frequented by foreigners living in Beijing, as well as local celebrities. "Sisi, which one do you think we should choose?" Wang Shui looked at the street in front of her that was flashing with neon lights, and asked Lu Sisi. "Anything is fine. Anyone is fine," Lu Sisi said with some hesitation. "Let's just go to that one." Chun-Shichen pointed at a bar and said. Chapter 540. As soon as the door of the bar was pushed open, the heavy music of the bar immediately sounded in the ears of Ito-sei and the other 3 people. Then, a woman wearing revealing clothes with only a simple cover stood on a high platform. Under the colorful lights in the bar, she wriggled along with the music and led the men and women in the bar to dance beautifully. "So high!" Wang Shui, who saw this scene, excitedly shouted in the ears of Lu Sisi and Chun-Shichen. "I think it's a bit noisy." Chun-Shichen also said loudly. "Rubik's Cube World 540-inch, bear with it," Wang Shui said to Chun-Shichen. Without waiting for her reply, she pulled Lu Sisi and ran down the stairs towards the dance floor. "These 2 bastards!" Chun-Shichen cursed under her breath and ran down the stairs. She caught up with Wang Shui and Lu Sisi in front of her and danced on the dance floor. After a while, she forgot her previous words and shouted excitedly. It's really as described in the introduction. Foreigners are everywhere. With both hands in his pockets, Sei Ito slowly walked down the stairs as he looked at the blonde man and woman on the dance floor and in front of the liquor cabinet. Give me a glass of Olympic. Sei Ito walked to the liquor cabinet and said to the bartender. The bartender nodded and took the required ingredients from the liquor cabinet behind him and poured them into the aluminum can in front of him. After adding the appropriate ingredients, he closed the lid and shook it by his ear. Although the mixtures in bars were usually accompanied by fancy performances, it also depended on the type of alcohol. If the bartender had to use a non-fancy drink for a fancy performance, he was asking for trouble. After a while, a soft cocktail was poured into a tall glass and pushed in front of Sei Ito. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked him and took the cocktail in front of him. He turned the chair under his butt to face the dance floor and carefully observed the situation of Chen Shichen and the other two girls. After all, the three girls were brought here by him. It would be bad if something happened to them here. Handsome, can you buy me a drink? At this moment, a beautiful blonde woman who was dressed fashionably walked to Ito-sei's side. She had a faint smell of alcohol in her breath. Her eyes were hazy and she looked a little drunk. She stretched out her hand and put it around Ito-sei's neck. Generally speaking, those who dared to ask others to treat them to drinks were either confident in their looks and were indeed good-looking, or they were shameless and had no self-awareness. Fortunately, the one Sei Ito met belonged to the former. Although she was not particularly good-looking, she was much better than the average woman. However, to Sei Ito, who accepted European and American women based on the situation, this woman was not his cup of tea. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Ito-sei reached out and pushed away the arm around his neck, and refused softly with a smile. Oh, stingy man, the woman said exaggeratedly. Then, she walked away from Sei Ito and went to another foreigner to ask for a drink. Needless to say, the foreigner liked this kind of drink. After the woman paid the price with a kiss, he directly ordered a drink for her. So you're here. At this time, Chen Shichen and the other two girls, who were sweating all over after dancing crazily, walked up to Sei Ito and said, What kind of drink is this? Wang Shui took the glass from Sei Ito's hand and asked with a frown after taking a sip. Olympic. Sei Ito took back the glass from Wang Shui and said with a smile, But the three of you should drink. It's dangerous to drink here. TSK, how can we not drink in a bar? Wang Shui curled her lips in disdain. Then, she called the bartender over and asked for 3 bottles of beer. After taking a sip, she looked at Sei Ito and said, If you're afraid of not having enough money, we'll pay for it ourselves. Since Wang Shui said so, Sei Ito was too lazy to talk nonsense. He smiled slightly and did not refute. Then, he sat there and drank. Cici Shichen, let's dance again. Wang Shui put the half-drunk bottle of beer next to Sei Ito. Then, she pulled Lu Cici and Chen Shichen's arms and dragged them back to the dance floor. Although sweating while exercising had a certain hangover effect, it also had the function of promoting alcohol into the blood circulation. Therefore, it didn't take long for Wang Shui and Lu Cici, who drank 2 bottles of beer back and forth, to become a little tipsy. As for Chen Shichen, because of Sei Ito's presence, she was more or less restrained. She only drank a little more than a bottle. Other than her cheeks turning red, nothing else happened. Rubik's Cube World 540. However, Wang Shui was quite a drunkard. She didn't know how to control herself when she was drunk. She drank 2 bottles in a row. Even Lu Cici and Chen Shichen were drunk by her and became muddle-headed. I have to go to the bathroom. Lu Cici, who was walking a little shakily, shook her head and said, I'll accompany you. Chen Shichen put the beer in her hand on the counter and reached out to support Lu Cici, who was a little shaky, and said as they walked to the bathroom, At this time, Wang Shui, who was still crazy on the dance floor, somehow hooked up with a foreign young man. She didn't even know that she was being taken advantage of. She still danced with the man excitedly. I knew it would be like this. Saito sighed when he saw this. He put the second cup of Olympic beer on the counter, got up from the bar stool, walked through the twisting crowd to Wang Shui, and grabbed the hand of the young man who was kneading Wang Shui's butt under her denim shorts. Let go. The young man whose hand was pinched looked at Saito and ordered in English. Hey, Chen Shicheng, what are you doing? Wang Shui, whose body was swaying, her vision was blurred, and her tongue was a little swollen, reached out to slap Saito's hand and said with dissatisfaction, "Just dance, don't be so clumsy." Saito also replied in English, then turned to Wang Shui and said, "You are already drunk. You don't even know that you are being taken advantage of." "What?" Wang Shui muttered. "Don't be nosy. I have my eyes on this girl. If you know what's good for you, let go of your hand. Otherwise, you will get it." The young man ignored Saito's words and said in a very arrogant tone. Saito didn't talk nonsense when he heard this. He directly exerted force in his palm, causing the young man to scream in pain. "Let go of me, let go of me!" The foreign young man shouted in pain. "Brooke!" At this time, another foreign young man with bulging muscles ran over and shouted at the foreign young man who was screaming in pain. Then, he turned to look at Saito and shouted, "Boy, let go of your dirty hand." At this time, Wang Shui, who also found that the atmosphere was a little strange, sobered up a little. However, she was too drunk. Even if she sobered up, it was still the same. Fortunately, she knew who to listen to. She moved her body and stood beside Saito. At the same time, the surrounding crowd who found the conflict spontaneously made way for Saito, Wang Shui, the foreign young man Brooke, the newly arrived muscular young man, and another black young man. Saito narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He suddenly kicked the foreign young man named Brooke and knocked him to the ground. Then, he hooked his finger at the foreign young man with bulging muscles. Hit! The muscular young man who was provoked roared and rushed toward Saito. Saito moved sideways and dodged the muscular young man's arms. At the same time, his left foot and left hand kicked the muscular young man's calf and chopped his neck, knocking the muscular young man to the ground. Plop! The muscular young man fell to the ground and made a muffled sound. "You're..." The black young man shouted when he saw this. Then, he reached behind his waist and took out a spring dagger. He held it in his hand and stabbed it at Saito. Saito moved sideways and dodged the dagger. Then, he stretched out his leg to block the black young man's legs. At the same time, his right hand suddenly appeared behind the black young man's head. The moment the black young man lost his balance, his right hand exerted force and forcefully poured the black young man's head to the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was instantly heard, followed by a scream from the black young man's mouth. It turned out that the black young man's nose was broken when his head was poured into the ground. It was extremely painful. Rubik's Cube World 540-inch. Let's go. Saito ignored the three foreigners who were groaning on the ground. He reached out and grabbed Wang Shui's arm and walked toward the toilet. Saito was a little worried because Chen Shichen and Lu Sisi still hadn't returned after such a long time. It was said that good things did not come true, but bad things did. Sure enough, the moment they reached the corridor where the toilet was located, Chen Shichen's familiar voice instantly rang in Ito-sei's ears. She cried out with difficulty, "Help!" Seeing this, Saito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately dragged the drunk Wang Shui to the toilet. Then, two middle-aged white-skinned foreigners who were grabbing Lu Sisi and Chen Shichen appeared in front of Saito's eyes. F***ck, Saito cursed when he saw this. He let go of Wang Shui's hand and instantly rushed in front of the white man who was touching Chen Shichen. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the sink. With a muffled bang, the white man who was bleeding from the side of his head fainted. Then, Seito did not stop there. He immediately rushed in front of the white man who had already taken off Lu Cici's denim skirt and underwear and was about to take off his pants to do the real thing. He kicked the white man's crotch. Paji. A clear muffled sound was instantly heard by Lu Cici and Seito, who were startled awake from their drunken stupor. Then, the man's shrill scream immediately rang out. He covered his crotch with both hands and fell to the ground with a pale face. Wah! Seeing that she was saved, Lu Cici did not even think about it and threw herself into Seito's arms and cried loudly. It's okay, it's okay. Seito gently stroked Lu Cici's back and comforted her softly. Then, he turned his head and looked at Chen Shichen, who had just gotten up from the ground and was still in shock. Shichen, are you okay? Oh, I'm okay. Thank you, Chen Shichen said blankly. It's good that you're okay, but we can't stay here any longer. Otherwise there will be some trouble later, Seito said. Okay. Chen Shichen, who was completely out of ideas, agreed. Cici, don't cry. Let's get out of here first, Seito said to Lu Cici, who was crying in his arms. Chapter 541. Destroy the evidence, and Lu Cici sobbed as she replied. She crawled out of Seito's embrace. Only then did she realize that her lower body was strange. Her face turned red as she hurriedly put on her underwear and short skirt. Together with Seito, Chen Shichen, and Wang Shui, who had sobered up after being frightened twice, they left the bar through the back door. Just as they left the bar and passed through a dark path, Seito took advantage of the other three's inattention to release a shadow clone and return to the bar. He then infiltrated the surveillance room to get rid of the images of him, Chen Shichen, and the other two women. After all, Seito and the three foreign youths were just ordinary customers who had a conflict. The bar's people turned a blind eye to it and let it pass. However, the two middle-aged foreigners were different. With Seito's strength at that time, the one with the head injury would definitely have a severe concussion, not to mention the other one was directly castrated into a eunuch. This kind of vicious injury was definitely a big deal for the bar and the two foreigners. Even if the other party were two drunkards who couldn't even recognize a person's face, it couldn't be ruled out. After the incident, in order to not affect the bar's normal business, the bar owner would definitely use his connections to affect the speed of the police's investigation. At the same time, the matter would fall into the hands of the bar's people and be resolved through another method. And who didn't have some power behind the bar in Sanlitun Bar Street? As long as there were images, they would naturally be able to find out who was who through connections. When the time came, Seito would be easy to deal with. He could just use the identity of a foreigner and the police wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the three women would definitely be in trouble. A mere deputy director of the Industry and Commerce Tax Bureau, with no power, was really of much use in a place like Beijing, where a falling brick could kill two division head. Therefore, as long as the video records of these people were cleared, the bar's clues would be cut off. Even if there were still people who remembered their faces in the end, it was hard to say how much of their faces could be restored under the flickering lights of the bar. On the contrary, there was no need to go too far. Therefore, the final result would most likely be a private settlement. However, the China police, especially the Capital Police, were very capable in handling cases. If they really wanted to investigate, even if there were no clues, they would be able to find clues, such as the Sanlitun Street surveillance video during that period, the taxi driver's memory, and so on. After sending the three girls home, I'll find the taxi driver and erase his memory of picking up customers. Seito, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, casually glanced at the work card with the employee number, name, and company that was placed on the front desk of the car. He thought to himself, as for the street surveillance video, it seems that I can only ask Erica or Celine for help. Fortunately, we've been in the origin world for a long enough time and absorbed enough world energy. Coupled with the bits and pieces we've done before, it's enough to release the two of them, Seito said with a sigh. Then, Seito paused and closed his eyes to receive the memory sent back by the shadow clone. From the memory, he learned that the two injured middle-aged men had been found by other customers and the ambulance had been called to send them away. At the same time, the people guarding the venue had also started patrolling. However, because Seito handled the surveillance in time and he was not sure who the culprit was, the people guarding the venue had not really taken action yet. This gave Seito enough time to clean up the aftermath. More than 40 minutes later, the drunk Wang Shui was sent home by Chen Shichen and Seito. When Wang Shui's mother saw this, she naturally lectured her. However, because there were outsiders present, she did not go overboard. She thanked Seito and Chen Shichen and sent them out of the house. Half an hour after Wang Shui was sent home, Lu Sisi was also sent home safely, thank you. Before going home, Lu Sisi thanked Seito who was sitting in the car. It's nothing. After all, you guys went out with me. It wouldn't be good if something happened to you guys. Seito smiled. Lu Sisi did not say anything after hearing that. She turned her head and said goodbye to Chen Shichen before running into the building and disappearing. Seito turned his head and ordered the driver, "Go to Shicheng District XX Street XX residential area." Then, the car vibrated and Seito and Chen Shichen, who was sitting in the back, looked a little dazed and went home. Shichen, don't go to bars in the future. Seito looked at Chen Shichen who was sitting in the back and said, I know. Chen Shichen replied honestly. Seeing Chen Shichen's expression, Seito did not say anything else. He sat quietly in the car and allowed the car to send them home. Wait here for a while. I'll be down soon. Seito turned his head and said to the driver after getting out of the taxi. Okay. The driver replied. Let's go up. Seito said to Chen Shichen who was beside him. Then, Seito brought Chen Shichen home. Within 5 to 6 minutes, they arrived at the door. You can go in. Seito said to Chen Shichen who took out her keys. You're not coming in? Chen Shichen asked. No. Seito smiled. Chen Shichen did not say anything else. She opened the door with her keys and walked in. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the steel anti-theft door and the door frame closed. Seito, who was completely unburdened, smiled and went downstairs. He got into a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the company's headquarters. Of course, he used hypnosis. 1.5 hours later, the driver sent Seito to a large parking lot in Chongping district. When Seito saw the place, he immediately hypnotized the driver to make him forget that he had given them a ride today. He did not ask the driver to give him a receipt to avoid leaving any evidence. He pushed open the door and got out of the taxi, avoiding the surveillance cameras around him, and entered the office. After that, the process was even simpler. He directly used an illusion to make himself disappear from the eyes of the staff, who stayed in the office. He then found the night shift supervisor and used hypnosis to control him. He made him remember the information of the taxi driver who had given them a ride to Sanlitun in the afternoon. Only then did he erase the supervisor's memory of being controlled. He left the same way he came and walked to the street. He took out his phone and called the taxi driver's number. When the call went through, Seito casually made up an excuse to ask for a taxi and called him to his location. Fortunately, the person was also preparing to return to the headquarters for the handover of the midnight shift. He did not make Seito wait long before he arrived at the designated location and saw Seito waiting there. When Seito saw the taxi driver and confirmed that it was him, he did not even say a word. He directly released his mental power to hypnotize the person. In this way, only the street surveillance video is left. Seito, who erased the driver's memory of giving them a ride, thought to himself. He then left the place, stopped a taxi at another street corner, and returned to the Beijing hotel near Tiananmen Square. After returning to the room, Seito first went to the bathroom to take a shower. He then returned to the room in a bathrobe and turned on the computer in the bedroom. At the same time, he took out the quantum computer and data connection cable that was mass-produced in the Rubik's Cube world and connected the quantum computer to the hotel's computer. He then released Erica Simmons, who was wearing tulle pajamas. "Good evening, my dear Erica." As soon as Erica appeared, before she could react, she was hugged by Seito behind her. At the same time, Seito's hands skillfully lifted the tulle pajamas on Erica's body. One hand held Erica's plump chest and kneaded it, and the other hand slid down slightly and rubbed her lower abdomen gently. He stretched out his tongue and licked Erica's earlobe and said softly, After such a long time of teasing in the Naruto world, Erica has long adapted to Seito's harassment. She instinctively let out a low moan almost at the moment when Seito's palm fell on her body. "Where is this?" Erica, whose whole body was leaning on Seito's arms and her head was slightly tilted back after a short period of adaptation, asked after finding that the surrounding environment was different. "The new world." Seito moved his head slightly and kissed Erica's shoulder with his lip. "Is that so?" Erica took a slight breath and looked out of the bedroom window. "But before enjoying it, Erica, do me a favor." Seito raised his head, walked to the quantum computer with Erica in his arms, and said, "I need to hack into the monitoring system of the city where I am now and delete something, so I'll have to trouble you." At the end of the sentence, Seito's finger that had been stroking her lower abdomen moved slightly, pulled open the belt of her underwear, and reached inside, through a grassland, to a mine cave and gently fiddled with it. Erica's body tightened fiercely and she groaned. "What do you want me to do?" Erica turned her head slightly and looked at Seito. "I can't help it, Erica, you are so attractive." Seito pulled out his hand, pulled a chair aside, sat down, and held Erica in his arms. He brushed the hair around her ear and said softly, "Humph." Erica snorted softly, ignored Seito, and stretched out her hands to operate on the quantum computer in front of her. With the supercomputing power of the quantum computer, coupled with Erica's powerful calculation and reaction speed as a new human being, it was a piece of cake for her to crack the monitoring system of the capital city with computer technology that was many years ahead of the main world's technological level. In less than 5 minutes, Erica obtained administrative authority and entered the system backend. "Where do you want to delete?" Erica asked. "Near Chaoyang District, around Sanlitun, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. All the surveillance videos with license plate number XXXX. Seito, who was stroking Erica's abdomen, said. Erica nodded, then pulled up the surveillance video of the street that Seito mentioned, cut to the time that Seito mentioned, and quickly searched. After a while, the picture stopped, and it showed the taxi that Seito took. "That's it," Seito said. Erica, who got the confirmation, immediately operated the quantum computer and deleted all the surveillance videos that contained the taxi. It was said that it was easier to destroy than to build, and the same was true for deleting things. In less than 10 seconds, all the videos about the taxi were deleted. Even if they were replayed, they couldn't be recovered. Okay. Seito reached out and turned off the quantum computer in front of him, and he took it back into the Rubik's Cube world with the data cable connected to the hotel computer. Then he operated the hotel computer with one hand, skillfully logged into the page, and found a very harmonious content to play. While the picture was playing, Seito's hands also moved around the sensitive points on Erica Simmons' body. Bastard! Erica, whose body and senses were both stimulated, cursed coquettishly, and immediately breathed rapidly. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes later that her body tensed up and bent back uncontrollably. Her head rested on Seito's shoulder, and her but left Ito's body. She let out a long moan full of depression. Who? After a while, Erica Simmons' body relaxed again. She sat in Ito's arms, closed her eyes, and panted. You are still so sensitive. Ito's right hand was still on Erica's lower body. His left hand was gently pinching the butt on her chest, and he was biting Erica's neck with his teeth. Erica didn't even have the desire to move her fingers, let alone refute Ito's words. She snorted and ignored him. Ito smiled and continued to watch the erotic film in front of him. By the time the film was over, Erica had basically recovered from the lingering charm. She laid in Ito's arms lazily and watched another erotic film with him. It's late. Let's sleep. At around 1 a.m., Ito turned off the computer in front of him, took off Erica's tulle pajamas, and took off his bathrobe. The two of them walked naked to the bed at the side and lay down to rest. As the lights in the room went out, a dejected look flashed across Erica's face as she leaned back in Ito's arms. She muttered to herself, "Is it like this again? Erica, it seems like you are ready to give yourself to me." Just when Erica thought that nothing would happen tonight, just like the long days before, Ito's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Before she could answer, Ito turned over and pressed Erica in front of him, looking into her eyes with a smirk. Looking at Ito on top of her, Erica was about to say something, but Ito immediately kissed her lips domineeringly, blocking the words in her mouth. Erica, who was full of emptiness, instantly fell. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Ito's neck, responding to his kiss while moving her waist to explore. Do you want it? After a while, Ito raised his head again and looked at Erica with a smirk. Erica replied with a blush. What do you want? Ito continued to smirk. After hesitating for a moment, Erica looked to the side and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Hee, then I'm coming." Ito didn't force her anymore. With a smirk, he fixed Erica's legs with his legs and slowly leaned down. Chapter 542. The sudden sense of satisfaction caused Erica Simmons' head to tilt back immediately, and she let out a satisfied moan. Erica was a woman who had been left alone for a long time. In addition, she had been ravaged by Ito for so long without taking the last step each time. Even though she used other methods to solve it in private, that feeling of dissatisfaction had never been satisfied. Now that she was liberated, she was the craziest and most active among the 5 women that Ito had ever made love to. In this madness, Erica completely took the initiative. Except for Ito's guidance at the beginning, Erica did the whole thing by herself. All kinds of embarrassing positions were used by Erica and Ito until she was exhausted in the end. Rubik's Cube World 542 at this point, in addition to the erotic smell of Erica that permeated the room, there were traces of their pleasure on the bed, the table, behind the chair, and in front of the window. You're really crazy. Itosei carried Erica, who was so weak that she seemed to have no bones, back to the bed. Sniffing her forehead, he turned over and lay beside Erica. While playing with the soft jade in front of her chest, he said with a chuckle. Erica didn't even have the strength to speak at this time. Even if she had the strength to speak, she would be too lazy to answer this question. Oh, good night, Erica. Ito didn't expect Erica to answer. He chuckled and closed his eyes to rest. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the two slept soundly until dawn. However, because Erica had exhausted too much energy last night, it was already past 10 o'clock the next morning when she and Ito got up from the bed. Send me back. I still have research to do, Erica said as she bent down to pick up her tulle pajamas from the ground. Okay, Ito agreed. Then he walked to Erica, pulled her into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. A moment later, he sent her back to her home in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Ito turned around and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Dang dang dang. Just as Itose was taking a shower, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Seito, who had turned off the tap, walked to the bathroom door and shouted. "It's me." Shin-Shichin's voice sounded from outside the door. "Wait a minute," Seito said. Next, he shook off all the water stains on his body. Then, he grabbed a towel and casually wiped his hair. After that, he took out a set of clothes and put them on. After a while, Itose, who was dressed, reached out and opened the door. "Why are you here?" Seito asked as he invited Shin-Shichin into the house. "Mom asked me to bring you around the capital," Shin-Shichin said as she walked into the room. She immediately noticed the mess in the room and the strange smell in the air. Shin-Shichin, who was not an ignorant girl, could more or less guess the reason for this scene. She frowned in disgust and walked back to the door. At this time, Itose, who guessed the reason from Shin-Shichin's actions, smiled awkwardly at her. He quickly walked to the room, called room service, and then left the room with Shin-Shichin, who was waiting at the door. Because of what happened in the room, the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. "Where are we going?" Itose asked Shin-Shichin with a strong mentality. "Rubik's Cube World 542-inch, let's go to Tiananmen Square first, then to the Forbidden City and Summer Palace. It will be afternoon by the time we're done with these two places. Then we'll go to Hohai," Shin-Shichin said. "Okay," Seito replied. With Shin-Shichin as the guide, she brought Seito along the planned route. Of course, it was still Itose who paid for it. He wouldn't let Shin-Shichin touch the money she got from her mother, Lu Xiaohua. Just like that, at around 7 p.m., the day's itinerary ended. As usual, Seito took a taxi and sent Shin-Shichin home. "Wake up early tomorrow morning. We'll go to the Great Wall," Shin-Shichin said to Seito as she stood outside the taxi. "Okay," Seito agreed. Then, Shin-Shichin turned around and walked into the building. Seito waited for Shin-Shichin to disappear before ordering the driver to send him back to the hotel. With Shin-Shichin's order, Seito naturally did not dare to do anything reckless. He rested quietly for the night. The next morning, he climbed out of bed at 4:30 a.m. and took a shower. At around 6:30 a.m., Seito saw Shin-Shichin, who came to pick him up. The two of them left Beijing Hotel together and went to the bus station. They took the bus that was specially sent to the Great Wall. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at Juyong Pass. They bought tickets and followed the crowd up the Great Wall. Just like that, Seito toured Beijing for 4 days under Shin-Shichin's guidance. They went to all the places that they could go to. Similarly, Shin-Shichin also had a good meal during these 4 days. She would bring Seito to all the famous restaurants in Beijing during their break. Then, Seito would pay for the meal. "Okay, I'll be there right away." On the 5th day, Seito, who was touring Beijing with Shin-Shichin, stood by the roadside and spoke into the phone. "Shichin, it seems like we can't go on anymore," Seito said to Shin-Shichin as he put away his phone. Shin-Shichin nodded in understanding and did not say anything. "Let's go. Follow me to do something first. I'll send you back later," Seito said as he flagged down a taxi. "Driver to Lulakang," Seito ordered as he got into the taxi. Then, the car jerked and sped towards Lulakang. About an hour later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Lulakang Street. Seito paid the fare and led Shin-Shichin to the Fragrant Book House. Old Master by. Once they entered the Fragrant Book House, Seito immediately cupped his fist and called out to Bai Yu, who was sitting inside. Seeing Seito acting so strangely, Shin-Shichin looked at him strangely but did not say anything. "Rubik's Cube World 542-inch little brother, you're here." Old Master Bai put down the book in his hand and smiled at Seito. Then, he looked at Shin-Shichin, who was standing beside him, and asked, This is my cousin, Shin-Shichin." Seito introduced to Old Master Bai and turned to Shin-Shichin. "Shichin, this is the boss of the Fragrant Book House, Bai Yu, Old Master Bai." Nice to meet you, Grandpa Bai, Chen Shichen greeted politely. Not bad, young lady. Old Master Bai looked at Chen Shichen and smiled. Let's go, follow me to the back room. Just then, Old Master Bai stood up from his chair and called out to Seito. Then, with Old Master Bai leading the way, Seito and Chen Shichen followed behind him with a curious look on her face. They walked through a corridor with hanging curtains to the back room. The passageway was not long, only about half a meter or so. It only took them 2 steps to reach the end of the passageway. Soon after, a courtyard that resembled an ancient courtyard appeared before their eyes. 2 rows of weapon racks with 18 different types of weapons were placed on both sides of the courtyard. 4 to 5 stone locks of different sizes were placed on the ground quietly. Little Zhang, who was only wearing a pair of black leggings, was performing a series of kicks while his upper body was completely naked. Brother Zhang is really hard-working. Looking at Xiao Zhang, Seito smiled at Old Master Bai, who was walking in front of him. I'm just fooling around. I can't compare to little brother's methods, Old Master Bai said humbly with a smug expression. After that, other than Chen Shichen occasionally glancing at Xiao Zhang, who was cultivating, Seito and Old Master Bai did not pay any attention to Xiao Zhang. They walked past him and entered a room. Little brother, please wait for a moment, Old Master Bai said. Okay, Seito replied. Then, Old Master Bai turned around and walked through the corridor to another room. After a while, he came back with a lacquered wooden box. Then, he walked in front of Seito and placed the box on the table. Little brother, please check it, Old Master Bai said. This was the first time Seito made a deal with Old Master Bai. He was not as familiar as Boss Lu of the Enlightenment Virtue Wenjai. Moreover, this was a large quantity. Naturally, he would not pretend to be an idiot and say that he did not want to check it. He opened the box in front of him one by one and took out a dozen yellow joss papers tied with a thin red thread to check carefully. When Chen Shichen saw the contents of the box, her expression became even more strange. She could not understand why her cousin would buy these superstitious things. After a while, Seito randomly checked a few dozen joss papers and found that there were no problems. Then, he checked the bright red cinnabar on the side. Not bad, all of them are top-quality goods. Seito flicked the cinnabar off his fingers and looked at Old Master Bai with a smile. How much is it? 231 joss paper, 121 taels of cinnabar. There are a total of 2,600 joss papers and 15 kilograms of cinnabar. The total price is 64,000 yuan, Old Master Bai said with familiarity. Just when Seito was about to agree, Chen Shichen, who heard the high price, finally could not help but reach out and tug at the corner of Seito's clothes. Hey, these things cost more than 600,000 yuan. Don't be cheated. Ha 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 ha, the things sold by my fragrant book house have always been genuine. We do not cheat anyone. Little girl, don't worry, Old Master Bai laughed. I'm sorry, my sister doesn't understand these things. If she offended you with her words, please forgive her. Seito hurriedly cupped his fist and begged. Then, he turned to Chen Shichen and said, Old Master Bai, the things you give are all genuine. Don't worry, I'll explain to you later. It's okay, Old Master Bai waved his hand and smiled. I'll take the things. Please check the bill, Seito said as he took out his bank card and handed it to Old Master Bai. Wait a moment, Old Master Bai took the bank card and said. Then, he turned around and left the room to make the transfer. Chapter 543. Is this thing really worth that much? I think it's about the same as those things sold in Baiyun Taoist Temple with scribbles on them. How much is that finished product worth? Yours is still blank, yet it's already so expensive. How can you say you're not being cheated? Chen Shichen picked up a dozen yellow joss papers and curled her lips. You don't understand these things. I can tell you with certainty that the ones sold in Baiyun Taoist Temple are definitely not as good as the blank ones I bought. Seito took the yellow joss papers from Chun Shichen's hands and put them back into the box. He then closed the lid and laughed. But why did you buy these? I remember that these things are only used when people are involved in feudal superstitions. Don't tell me you want those? Chun Shichen looked at the closed box and curled her lip. Let me tell you, these things are strictly prohibited in Beijing. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't worry. Seito laughed. Have you forgotten what my family does? Open shrines. Chun Shichen thought for a moment and immediately answered. Then, she said with a look of realization, Oh, so you're buying these for your family. Is it just that they don't sell it in Japan? There are, but the quality is not as good as the ones here. Seito laughed. Chun Shichen replied with a look of understanding. At this time, Master Bai, who had gone out to transfer the money, came back and handed the bank card and receipt back to Seito. Seito took the things and put the bank card into his pocket. He took the ballpoint pen from the pen holder on the table and bent over to sign his name on the receipt. Then, Seito handed the receipt back to Master Bai and reached for the box on the table. He smiled and said to Master Bai, Then, we'll take our leave. Okay. Master Bai smiled and said. Then, Master Bai walked Seito and Chun Shichen to the front room and out of the door of Fragrant Book House. Only then did he return to the house and continue his carefree life. Let's go back to my hotel first. Then, we'll go buy some things to your house. Seito said to Chun Shichen as he walked slowly out of Lulakang. Didn't you always refuse to enter my house? Chun Shichen asked, looking at him in surprise. That was in the past. Now that I have finished my business in Beijing, I have to visit your house before I leave. This is etiquette. Seito explained with a smile. Oh. Chun Shichen, when she heard that Seito was leaving. Although this cousin of Ito-sei's came out of nowhere, he was really nice to her in the past 5 days. Not to mention that she was saved at the bar that day. Chun Shichen accepted this cousin of hers very well. Now that she suddenly heard that he was going to leave, it was reasonable for her to be a little depressed. Then, the two left Lulakang Street in silence and took a taxi back to Beijing Hotel. Seito returned to his room and put the yellow joss paper and cinnabar he bought into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he walked out of the room empty-handed and met up with Chun Shichen, who was waiting in front of the elevator. They took the elevator back to the lobby and left Beijing Hotel together. Then Ito-sei stopped a taxi again and went to Wangfujing Street not far away. When they arrived there, Ito-sei brought Chun Shichen into a large shopping mall. They strolled around there, preparing to buy some things as a parting gift for Chun Shichen. Let's look at jewelry first, Seito said to Chun Shichen when they arrived at the jewelry shop on the second floor of the shopping mall. Chun Shichen had no objections to this request. She followed Seito and browsed at the counter. Of course, the salespeople here were all professionally trained. Naturally, they wouldn't look down on people like the attendants in some small shopping malls in small cities. All of them introduced the specialties of the products to Ito-sei with a smile on their faces. Rubik's Cube World. Take this bracelet out for me to see. Seito pointed at a platinum floral bracelet at a counter and said to the salesperson. Yes, sir. The salesperson said politely. Then, she reached into the counter and took out the bracelet and placed it in front of Seito. Shichen, put it on for me to see. Seito said to Chun Shichen. Me? Chun Shichen was stunned. Then, she quickly understood Seito's intention. She quickly shook her head and said, No, if I bring it back, Mom will definitely scold me. It's okay. Don't worry about your mom. If she scolds you, just push the blame to me. Your mom won't say anything then. Seito held Chun Shichen's hand and put the bracelet on her wrist as he smiled. Not bad. I'll take this one. Seito looked at Chen Shichen, who was wearing the bracelet, and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he turned to the salesperson and asked, "How much is it?" "Sir, you have good taste. This bracelet suits this lady very well." The salesperson's smile immediately became more sincere than before. She first praised Seito and then said, "This bracelet is made of 18K pure platinum. It's worth $8,480. Give me the invoice." Itsunari didn't bargain, and said directly like a rich man, "It's too expensive." Chen Shichen stopped the salesperson, who was about to give out the invoice, and said to Seito, "Go ahead." Seito sent the salesperson away first. Then, he turned to Chen Shichen and said with a smile, "Take it. Treat it as a greeting gift from me as your brother." Chen Shichen frowned. After hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. Soon, the salesperson came back with the invoice. Seito immediately passed his bank card to her, and let her complete the payment and return the invoice. "Let's go and take a look at the women's department upstairs." Ito-sei took the jewelry bag and smiled at Chen Shichen. Then, the two of them took the escalator to the women's department on the 5th floor. There, Seito bought 2 sets of clothes for Chen Shichen and her mother, Lu Xiaohua. Then, he carried the shopping bags back to the lobby on the 1st floor. There, he bought 2 bottles of Maodai, 2 soft packs of Zhonghua, a box of Cotinopsis palaciula, and some other miscellaneous things. Then, he took the car back to Chen Shichen's home. "Grandpa." Chen Shichen walked into the house and greeted Chen Xingqing, who was sitting on the sofa and watching a TV series. "Shichen is back." "Hey, Shichen is here too," Chen Xingqing said to Chen Shichen first. When he saw Seito, he immediately said happily, "Hello." Seito greeted him as usual. "Hey." Hearing Seito's greeting, Chen Xingqing's expression changed slightly. He sighed softly and said nothing. Then, he looked at the things Seito and Chen Shichen were carrying and frowned. "Why did you buy so many things again?" "It's like this. I finished my business in Beijing and will be leaving tomorrow. I bought these things as parting gifts for you, Shichen, and Shichen's parents," Seito explained. As for Chen Yongxia's gift, sorry, other than meeting her once, the two of them really didn't have much interaction. How could he give it to her? As for Chen Shichen's parents, it was because they had a good daughter, Chen Shichen. Moreover, Lu Xiaohua was a kind person. In addition, the old man lived here, so he couldn't go empty-handed. So, he conveniently brought Chen Yongli's gift as well. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Hearing Seito's words, the old man didn't care how Seito addressed everyone except Chen Shichen. He was just frowning and thinking about Seito's departure. "Yes," Seito said with certainty. Sigh. Chen Xingqing, who knew that things couldn't be changed, sighed again. He sat back on the sofa in silence and watched a TV series in boredom. Rubik's Cube World 543. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything. He just helped Chen Shichen carry her things back into the house. Then, he returned to the living room and sat on the sofa with Chen Xingqing to watch TV in silence until Lu Xiaohua, who had gotten off work, and Chen Yongli, who didn't have any social engagements, came back. "Shiqing, you're here." Seeing Seito sitting in the room, Lu Xiaohua, who was carrying vegetables, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hello." Seito stood up and greeted her. "It's fine if you're here. Why did you buy so many things again?" Lu Xiaohua complained when she saw the things on the table. Seeing this, Seito could only smile and explain his departure to Lu Xiaohua and Chen Yongli, who had been sitting there in silence and watching him talk to Lu Xiaohua. Then, he gave out the things he bought for them. "Thank you." Chen Yongli looked at the things given to him, his wife, and his grandpa. He also didn't refuse the bracelet that his daughter took out and nodded. "Thank you for spending so much money, Shiqing." Lu Xiaohua looked at the bracelet in her daughter's hand and said embarrassedly, It's nothing, Seito smiled and said. Then, Chun Yongli sat on the sofa and chatted with Seito. Chen Shichen was pulled into the kitchen by Lu Xiaohua to talk and help wash the vegetables. Grandpa Chen Xingqing continued to sit there in silence. He didn't say anything and didn't participate. After more than half an hour, a table of sumptuous home-cooked dishes was prepared. Then, Seito, Grandpa Chen Xingqing, and Chen Yongli's family sat at the table and started eating. Leave me your contact information. After the meal, Seito chatted with Chen Xingqing's family for a while. When Seito was about to leave, Grandpa Chen Xingqing suddenly said, "Okay." Seito didn't refuse. He leaned over and left his home phone number and his global phone number. Then, after leaving his contact information, Seito was sent to the door by Chen Xingqing's family. "Come back often when you have time. Call your mother and your two sisters," Chen Yongli said when he was about to leave. "Okay," Seito agreed. Then, he said to Chen Xingqing's family, "Goodbye." Then, Seito walked out of the door and disappeared at the corner of the stairs under the gaze of Chen Xingqing's family. Then, he walked out of the building and returned to the Beijing hotel. "Tomorrow, I'll go to my hometown in my previous life." After returning to the hotel room, Seito turned on the computer and browsed the international news while thinking to himself. Chapter 544. P.S. Thank you to Zhu Xiang for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfany and 157747860 for their rewards. The international news is still the same. The whole earth is living in an abyss of suffering, with all kinds of wars, conflicts, and natural disasters. However, Seito is not interested in these things. He wants to see if there is anything strange on YouTube, such as alien videos, mysterious phenomena, or which pyramid has strange things, etc. Only these may be related to the mysterious world and attract his attention. It seems that the world is very peaceful. After searching around, except for some harmonious videos, selfies, and various content of money and meat transactions, Seito, who didn't find much interesting things, thought to himself. Then he closed the page and switched to a domestic video website to watch pirated blockbusters. In this way, more than 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and it was late at night again, and it was also time for the Black Ball team to set off again to perform the mission. For this mission, Seito has no interest in the specific process of the mission except for Yoshimi Heisei's choice after full 100 point. So after the mission started, Seito directly threw the small black ball on the side of the bed and let it automatically play the mission screen, while Seito continued to watch the pirated blockbusters. After 2 hours, with a beep sound from the small black ball, Seito immediately pressed the pause button of the video and turned to look at the picture in the small black ball. In the picture, black ball number 1 began its points broadcast. Porn girl. 125 points. It seems that having big breasts isn't all that bad, black ball number 1 said. Next to Yoshimi Heisei's head, the text composed of green fluorescent characters stated, Yoshimi Heisei has long been accustomed to the black ball's bad taste comments and directly ignored the black ball's comments and waited for the subsequent changes. The next moment, the text on the surface of the black ball quickly disappeared and turned into 3 options. 1. Resurrect the members of your side who died in the black ball mission. 2. Strengthen yourself. 3. Strengthen your weapon. It's finally here. Seeing the text on the surface of the black ball, Yashike's Hisashi was happy and said excitedly. Next to her, except for Nakata Yuko, the other members who saw the 100% option for the first time all stared at the surface of the black ball, waiting for Yashike's choice. I choose the second option, to strengthen myself. Yoshimi Heisei pondered for a moment. He said decisively. As her voice fell, the 3 options quickly disappeared like collapsing building blocks, and then a number of new options appeared in front of Yoshimi Kikaku. First, Sharingan enhancement. 2. Supercilious eyes. Third, strengthening the body's recovery ability. 4. Crystal escape enhanced. 5. Basic fighting skills enhancement. 6. Basic Chinese Nigong strengthening. 7. Basic martial arts strengthening. 9. After that, there were various types of fighting skills, martial arts, and inner force strengthening options. So many strengthening projects, a rookie exclaimed. Sharingan Byakugan. Crystal release. Isn't this the Kekkei Genkai in the anime Naruto? Can this be strengthened? The student who survived was full of surprise. Why is there no option to strengthen abilities? Yoshimi Heisei, who had browsed most of the options, frowned and asked the black ball. However, the black ball didn't answer her question and still put the options in front of her. It seems that the black ball is not omnipotent. Yoshimi Heisei muttered in her heart. However, she was relieved for no reason. After all, no one wants to have an omniscient and omnipotent guy on top of their head. That kind of pressure is too great. Kyuhei, tell me what Sharingan, Byakugan, and Crystal Release are. Yoshimi Heisei turned to look at the student and said, Yes, Captain. Kyuhei Heisei immediately replied, and then sorted out his thoughts and told her what he knew about Sharingan, Byakugan, and Crystal Release. In other words, if you don't have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, using Sharingan will be a burden, right? Yoshimi Heisei asked. It should be, but that's in the anime, and we are now in the real world. Kyuhei said with a bitter smile. Sharingan, Byakugan, Crystal Release, which one should I choose? Yoshimi Heisei stood in front of the black ball and frowned. After a while, Yoshimi Heisei, who had considered the gains and losses, finally said, Black ball, I want to strengthen Sharingan. In an instant, all the text disappeared quickly as if falling into the abyss, and then a new set of text appeared in front of everyone, saying, The strengthening will be carried out when returning to the teleportation. Okay. Yoshimi Heisei nodded and stood aside. Then the text on the surface of the black ball changed again, showing, I girl, 75 points, don't always put your mind on porn girls. No. Nakaki Yuko glanced at Yoshimi Heisei with a blushing face and whispered in a low voice. No wonder little Yuko hasn't been active in the recent battle. It turned out that she put her mind on me. Yoshimi Heisei, who also saw the description of the black ball, looked at Nakaki Yuko with an ambiguous smile. Hearing Yoshimi Heisei's words, Nakaki Yuko's face immediately became more red, and she didn't even dare to look at Yoshimi Heisei. Lowering her head, she quickly ran to the side without making a sound. Man, 75 points, your ambition still needs to be hidden. Then the surface of the black ball changed to the head of the middle-aged special person and described. Seeing the comment, Yoshimi Heisei's eyes flashed slightly, looking at the still expressionless middle-aged special person. He calculated in his heart. Next was the male environmental province member minus 30 points. The female environmental province member's score remained unchanged minus 10 points. The soy sauce student Kyuhei still 0 points. The new environmental province member 0 points. And the remaining 5 ordinary people minus 0 points. Sharingan. It's a good choice. After looking at the situation of the Tokyo team, Seito took back the small black ball and changed the situation of the Kanto team, Hokkaido team, and Osaka team. Among them, the Hokkaido team had the most members. There were as many as 13 newcomers in the first mission, but Hokkaido also has a lot of experts. Therefore, the result was that the Hokkaido team was wiped out in the end, but fortunately, after killing the target, they died because of the delay in the transmission, so there was no follow-up. In contrast, the situation of the Kanto team was slightly better, because it was close to Hokkaido, and the extent of the disaster of the Demon War was small, so the population of Kanto didn't change much, so it was easier to recruit newcomers. Although there were not as many people as the Hokkaido team, there were still 8 newcomers in the team. Finally, after a hard battle, 6 people died, 1 was disabled, and 1 was seriously injured. The target was finally killed. Finally, the Osaka team, because there were 4 newcomers before, although there were not many newcomers at the beginning of the mission, they still gathered 9 members. Then, under the leadership of the 4 newcomers who had experienced the first mission, they barely completed the mission, but in the end, there were only 3 survivors, including 2 who had experienced the first mission. Then Seito put away the small black ball and took off his clothes. He went into the bathroom and started to take a bath. Then, after more than 10 minutes, he returned to the room wearing a bathrobe and lay on the bed to rest. The next night, he slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, Seito got out of bed again. After a simple bath and a meal, he checked out of the room. He went to the train station and took the train to his hometown in his previous life. A certain county in Hebei. Beijing was originally adjacent to Hebei. Even if he drove there, it would take less than 2 or 3 hours. So, after more than 3 hours, Seito arrived at the upper-level city of the certain county, and then transferred to the certain county in the city. Sure enough, it's still the same. After more than 40 minutes, Seito, who got out of the bus, looked at the familiar streets and buildings, and sighed in his heart. Then, Seito regained his spirit and walked toward the courtyard in his memory. After arriving at the courtyard, Seito looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He immediately jumped over the courtyard wall and lightly landed in the courtyard. The courtyard was not big. It was a typical farmhouse courtyard, but after seeing the layout of the courtyard, Seito suddenly frowned. Then, Seito carefully moved to the side of the house and peeked through the gap between the curtains of the west house's window. Instantly, Seito saw the white body of a young woman holding a towel and wiping her body. Seeing this, Seito immediately ran to the east house to check without thinking. When he saw that there was no one in the house, Seito frowned again, then jumped over the wall and left the courtyard. "Uncle, do you know where Wang Dao's house is?" After leaving the courtyard, Seito went back to the street and asked an old passerby. "Wang Dao's house? What Wang Dao's house?" The passerby looked at Seito with a puzzled expression and asked. "It's the Wang Dao's house that has a son who opened a clinic." Seito explained. "We do have a clinic here, but the doctor's surname is not Wang. Moreover, the doctor's father died 7 or 8 years ago." The passerby said. "Then, are there any Taoists who were forced to return to the secular world in the past 7 years?" Seito asked again. "That I don't know. Anyway, I have never heard of any Taoists who were forced to return to the secular world in this county." The passerby shook his head, then ignored Seito and continued to walk forward. "Not only is the decoration of the house wrong, but there is also a different person living here. The clinic opened by my father in my previous life was the same. Now, even the old man, who was originally a well-known figure in the neighborhood, has become unknown. It seems that my family does not exist in this world." Seito stood in the same place and sighed deeply, thinking in his heart. "In that case, there is nothing here that is worth my nostalgia. Now I will go to Shenangjia to explore, then leave China and go abroad to continue to set up my black sphere system." Seito thought in his heart, then turned around and left without hesitation. He stopped a taxi on the road and returned to the city. Then, he bought a plane ticket and flew to Hubei. After arriving in Hubei, Seito did not directly go to Bamboo Mountain or Ba Mountain to enter Shenangjia. Instead, he first went to Shurian City to take a look at Wudong Mountain. After all, in the heavenly world, he still had a good relationship with Wudong Mountain. Moreover, from the information he peeked at in the Environment Department, he knew that there was a small cave on Wudong Mountain. If he did not go and take a look, he would not be able to resist his curiosity. In this way, after a day of torment, Seito finally arrived in Shurian City at around 7 o'clock in the evening and arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. This time, Sei-to did not follow the normal path to climb Wudong Mountain. Instead, he went directly to the back of Wudong Mountain through the dense forest. At this time, Sei-to was like a mountain elf, rushing up Wudong Mountain at high speed. He did not know whether it was because it had been a tourist attraction for too long, or because too many years had passed, but the security of Wudong Mountain had dropped a lot. When Sei-to rushed to the core of the back of the mountain, he saw a group of quaint palaces, but he did not see any defense warning. Is this really Wudong Mountain? Sei-to thought in disbelief. As if to make Sei-to believe, just as Sei-to's feet landed in the quaint palaces, a palm wind instantly attacked from the side. Before it reached Sei-to, the palm wind's strength had already blown on Sei-to's face, causing pain. Seeing this, Sei-to did not dare to hesitate. He immediately stopped and turned around. The energy in his body surged, and his palm met the opponent's palm force. Bang! A muffled sound instantly rang out in the palace. Sei-to and the opponent seemed to have been hit by something, and both of them floated back at the same time. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into the back of Wudong Mountain? The attacker who landed back on the ground and confronted Sei-to asked. It wasn't until this moment that Ito-sei saw the appearance of the person who attacked him. He saw that the attacker had long black and white hair that was tied into a bun. His face was ruddy and faintly emitted a jade glow. He had black eyebrows and bright eyes, a straight nose and thin lips. He had a dignified image. His body was covered in a simple and neat Taoist robe. His hands were opened and closed, and his legs were slightly bent into a horse stance. He stared at Chu Li with a condensed aura. Sei-to clasped his hands in front of his chest and said sincerely, I was preparing to go to Shenangjia, but I lost my way because it was dark. I accidentally stumbled into this place, and I was a little curious. I hope you don't take offense. The Taoist frowned when he heard this. This place was indeed close to Shenangjia's bamboo mountain, but the Taoist did not believe that he had lost his way because of this. He was not an antique, and he had heard about the GPS system in the outside world from his disciples. Since he dared to go to Shenangjia, how could he not bring a GPS system with him? Even if he was bold and skilled, he still had to be extremely careful. It seems that you are unwilling to speak the truth. Then this old Taoist can only force you to stay here. The Taoist spoke again. Then the Taoist exhaled, and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Sei-to, as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. He then used Wudong's Tai 5 elements boxing to attack. Chapter 545. Good Fist Technique. Sei-to shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he used Wudong's 6 steps Sans Ho and fought with the Taoist. At this moment, a series of bang, 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 bang sounds could be heard in the palace. At the same time, Ito-sei and the Taoist were both moving forward and backward, left and right. Their bodies were moving up and down, and their feet were moving forward and left the palace. It was a lively fight. Open! After a while, Sei-to shouted in a low voice. He used his arms to break free from the Taoist's grasp. At the same time, he moved forward and changed his fist technique from Sans Ho to Shingi. He threw a punch sideways and instantly blasted out a blast punch. Ito-sei's fist seemed to break the air, and a soft sound that seemed real and illusory suddenly sounded in the hall. Then, Ito-sei's fist heavily hit the forearm of the Taoist, who hurriedly retracted his arm to defend himself. Bang! A muffled sound was heard in an instant. The Taoist who was hit by the punch couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Then his face turned red, and it took him a moment to recover his original look. His arms trembled slightly on both sides of his body, and he looked at Ito-sei. At such a young age, you actually have such a cultivation. Can you tell me who your master is? The Taoist asked in a low voice. I don't belong to any sect. Ito-sei glanced at the 3 shallow footprints on the ground made by the Taoist when he was relieving the force and said softly, "Since you are unwilling to tell me, this old Taoist will not force you. However, if you don't tell me the reason why you came here, this old Taoist will not let you go." At this time, Qi flowed into his arms. The old man, who was relieved of the pain, got into a posture again. His chest and abdomen rose and fell like a frog's belly. He said in a low voice, "Toad fishing strength." Ito squinted and said, "Good eyesight." The Taoist praised in a thunderous voice. This was the result of using the strength to the maximum. "Looks like I'll have to end this quickly, or else I'll have to drag this out. Even if I can get rid of the Taoist, it will alarm the others here. If there is a real antique, I may not be able to fight against it." Ito thought. Thinking of this, Ito immediately took a deep breath like a whale drinking water. Then, he exhaled and made a sound. It exploded in the hall like spring thunder, shaking the pillars in the hall and causing dust to fall down. Lion's roar. The Taoist's face changed. The Taoist's face changed. Ito Kanari shouted again, and then he followed the sound and rushed to the front of the Taoist in an instant. Song Shi launched a short fight, and his arms were like 2 small hammers that quickly turned to the dizzy Taoist, who was slightly dizzy from the lion roar. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds rang out one after another. Then, the Taoist's body immediately flew out like a broken cloth bag, and fell heavily to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with Wu Dang. Although there is a reason for this incident, there are many misunderstandings. I will take my leave now," Ito-sei said as he stepped on the ground and flew out of the hall as light as a feather. When the other Taoists shouted and rushed over, he disappeared into the forest outside the hall. "Senior Xiangming, how are you?" Not long after Ito left, several men dressed as Taoists rushed into the hall. One of them asked the Taoist sitting on the ground, "I'm fine." The other party held back. The Taoist Xiangming shook his head. "Who dares to break into Wudong's back mountain?" "Senior Xiangming, did you ask?" Another Taoist asked. The other party didn't say. Moreover, the martial arts are very complicated. Not only does it have the shadow of Wudong's Sanfeng sect, but it also has the martial arts of Shaolin. There are also various martial arts techniques. So, I can't guess who the other party is. Xiangming sighed. However, the other party's age is not old. He seems to be less than 20 years old. I don't know the depth of his cultivation. Hearing Xiangming's words, the faces of several Taoists changed. One of them guessed, less than 20 years old? Could it be a secret disciple of some family? Maybe. Xiangming also didn't understand. Then, he stood up with the help of one of his senior brothers. He looked at the other senior brothers and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go back and recuperate." "Go." One of the Taoists, who looked quite dignified, said softly. Then, Xiangming bowed and turned to leave the hall. He walked back to his residence. Ito, who had run into the forest not long ago, suddenly stopped and shouted, "Who is it? Come out. You actually noticed me following you." As soon as Ito finished speaking, another voice immediately sounded in the night sky. The voice was full of interest. Then, a figure flashed in the forest. An old man with white hair, a ruddy complexion, black eyes, and a benevolent face appeared in front of Ito. He wore a robe embroidered with a yin-yang fish pattern on his chest. "Greetings, senior." Ito looked at the Taoist who suddenly appeared in front of him. The Taoist had no aura at all and looked like an ordinary old man. He bowed respectfully. "Yes." The old man accepted Ito's bow with a clear conscience. Then, he asked, "Little kid, which family are you from? Don't tell me that you don't belong to any family or sect." "Senior, I really don't belong to any family or sect. I'm just an unorthodox descendant. Sei Ito smiled bitterly. Is that so? Little kid, you're not being honest. The old Taoist said with a faint smile. Do you really want this old Taoist to capture you and then have your master come to ask for you and lose face? Senior, I'm telling the truth. I don't belong to any family or sect. I don't have a master. Sei Ito could only bite the bullet. I don't know which old thing taught you. You sure know how to twist your lips. The old Taoist frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Since that's the case, you can come back with me. As the old Taoist spoke, he stretched out his hand. The surrounding air seemed to be controlled by something and gathered together, blotting out the sky as it grabbed at Sei Ito. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. A Xiantian expert. Sei Ito's expression changed and he hurriedly said. However, although Sei Ito's expression changed, he didn't stop moving. The energy in his body surged like a tide and gushed out of his pores, disrupting the heaven and earth Yuan Qi around him. He then jumped back. Little kid, you do have some skills. The old Taoist raised his white eyebrows and looked at Sei Ito with interest. You're not a Xiantian expert. Sei Ito landed on the ground again and said. The old Taoist paused and looked at Sei Ito curiously, indicating for him to continue speaking. A Xiantian expert's spirit is one with the heavens and earth. Every action of theirs is natural. How could they be easily detected by my spiritual perception? Moreover, the technique you used to control the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was quite strange. That's why I guessed it. Sei Ito explained in a deep voice. You do have some knowledge, but I don't believe your nonsense of not belonging to any sect. So, little kid, you should tell me honestly, the old Taoist said with a smile. Hearing this, Sei Ito's expression turned bitter. He thought to himself, what the hell? Now I'm in big trouble. Sei Ito immediately became spirited again. He looked at the old Taoist and thought to himself, this old man isn't a Xiantian expert, but he has the means to control the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. He can be considered a false Xiantian expert. According to the world's standard, he can be considered an A-level expert. Have you thought it through? The old Taoist looked at the silent Sei Ito and asked again. My apologies. When I first left the mountain, my master explicitly told me not to mention his name to outsiders. So, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Sei Ito cupped his fists and said. Sigh, which old bastard is this again? He's still playing the same old tricks from decades ago. Isn't he tired of it? The old Taoist sighed softly. Then, he moved his arm again. As he controlled the heaven and earth Yuan Qi to attack Sei Ito, he said slowly, when I see your master, if we're familiar with each other, I'll definitely have a good talk with him. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito used the same method again. He activated the hair control all over his body and spat out the energy in his body. At the same time, he activated Shrink and rushed in front of the old Taoist. He formed the palm thunder seal with one hand and pressed his palm on the old Taoist's body. Crackle, crackle. In an instant there was a flash of lightning. The old Taoist's expression immediately changed. His hair and beard stood up, and he instantly floated back. He looked at Sei Ito in surprise. You're the descendant of the Arcane land? The old Taoist asked in surprise. That's right. Although he didn't know what the descendant of the Arcane land was, he could tell from the old Taoist's expression that it was something good. He raised his head proudly and admitted it. Little brother, which Arcane land's descendant are you? Hearing Sei Ito admit it, the old Taoist's way of addressing him was upgraded from little kid to little brother. He asked kindly. No comment, Sei Ito said arrogantly. Seeing this, the old Taoist frowned and asked again, then do you have a mountain plate? Hearing the old Taoist's question, Sei Ito guessed that the mountain plate was probably some kind of universal proof. However, he didn't even know that he was a disciple of the Arcane land, let alone a mountain plate. But Sei-Ito had a way to deal with this. He put his hand into his pocket and pretended to take out a token from the Rubik's Cube. He held it in his hand and threw it to the old Taoist. "Catch it." Seeing this, the old Taoist didn't suspect anything. He waved his hand and caught the mountain plate. But in the next moment, the mountain plate in the old Taoist's hand suddenly became hot. Then, there was a loud explosion. The mountain plate instantly exploded in the old Taoist's hand. "Little bastard, you're courting death!" the old Taoist shouted angrily. His face was blackened by the explosion and the corner of his Taoist robe was torn. Then, he moved his body and chased after Sei-Ito, who was running away at high speed. Not long after the old Taoist left, the empty ground suddenly trembled slightly. Then, Sei-Ito's figure suddenly appeared on the ground. He didn't stop and ran away at high speed in another direction. It turned out that when the mountain plate exploded, Sei-Ito had also used shadow clone technique. Then, when the explosion blocked the old Taoist's sight, Sei-Ito immediately used shadow clone technique. Then, when the explosion blocked the old Taoist's sight, he immediately used earth elemental escape technique to hide underground and wait for an opportunity to reappear. Chapter 546. Phew, I'm finally out. But I haven't even explored the small paradise secret realm, and I've already provoked a false sciention. If I really went in, wouldn't I encounter a golden core old monster? After a long while, Ito-sei, who couldn't feel the presence of anyone in his spiritual detection, relaxed slightly and said in his heart, "A descendant of the Arcane realm. I remember that the old man only became bewildered after I used the thunder palm. In other words, a descendant of the Arcane realm should also be able to use the thunder palm, or should I say it's a Taoist technique. If this is the case, the so-called descendant of the Arcane realm should be a descendant of cultivation." Sei-Ito continued walking deeper into the mountains while thinking to himself, if that's the case, then the so-called secret realm should be the Blessed Enclave or the half-plane that the Rubik's Cube once explored. As expected of China, there are so many experts. Sei-Ito sighed softly. Then, he took out a GPS locator with a flip of his hand and calibrated his current location. Following the GPS's guidance, he ran in the direction of Shenangjia. Mount Wudong was right next to Bamboo Mountain, and Sei-Ito was walking deep into the mountains and forests. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei-Ito to leave the range of Mount Wudong and enter Bamboo Mountain. Then, he ran for another half an hour and entered the range of Shenangjia. It was already late at night. The moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly in the sky. There was not a single dark cloud in the sky. Although there was still industrial smoke polluting the sky, the moon and stars still left a little light in the dense forest of Shenangjia. The air quality here is really different. Not long after entering Shenangjia, Sei-Ito immediately felt the difference between the air inside Shenangjia and outside Shenangjia. He stopped and took a deep breath. Then, Sei-Ito spread out his mental power. It covered an area of 10 meters around him for warning and scouting purposes. Then, he continued to move forward and began his journey to Shenangjia. The first part of the journey was nothing. After all, it was a developed area. As long as there was a leader familiar with the forest, ordinary people could enter. However, as soon as he left the developed area and entered the unknown area of Shenangjia, Sei-Ito immediately felt his mental power consumption increasing rapidly. At the same time, the image that was fed back by the spiritual energy imaging also became blurry. As expected of the mysterious 30 degrees north latitude, Sei-Ito immediately narrowed the range of his spiritual perception when he noticed the anomaly. Only when it was 2 meters around him did he return to his original level of exhaustion and clarity. But before that, let me launch the black sphere relay device into space, Sei-Ito thought to himself. Then, with a thought, He took out the small rocket that he had ordered the big laboratory to make before he left Japan. Then, with another thought, he summoned the black ball relay device that looked like a black box into his hand. He then placed it in the small rocket's carrier compartment and placed it properly. Then, he clasped his hands in front of him and immediately pressed them on the ground, activating alchemy to level the ground. But Sei-Ito didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed when using alchemy. It was as if he had been buffed by something. But when he finished leveling the ground and took out the rocket control instrument, he found that the indicator in the instrument was spinning rapidly, as if it was in a gravity and magnetic field area and was out of control. It's rare to find a hidden launch site, but it can't be operated. I'm speechless. Seeing this, what else could Sei-Ito do? He could only put the thing back into the Rubik's Cube world with a depressed expression. After waiting for a while, he would find another good place to launch the relay device into space. Then, Sei-Ito adjusted his mood and continued to walk toward the interior of Shenangjia. But as he went deeper and deeper, Sei-Ito's spiritual perception range also became smaller and smaller until it was completely forced back into his body. Fortunately, Sei-Ito didn't encounter any strange creatures along the way, which made Sei-Ito feel a lot more relieved. After all, Sei-Ito wasn't afraid of ordinary tigers, bears, and wolves at all. After a long time, Sei-Ito, who collected a lot of precious herbs and sent them into the Rubik's Cube world for planting, finally found a strange place. Because there was always a strange fluctuation there, like the temptation of a witch, attracting Sei-Ito. However, before Ito-sei could move for a long time, two 2-meter-tall freaks appeared in front of Ito-sei. They were covered with long hair, revealing only a pair of fluorescent eyes in the night. They looked like orangutans but not orangutans. They walked upright and blocked Ito-sei's way while baring their teeth. Barbarians? Sei-Ito exclaimed in surprise. #yen. #yen. Hearing Sei-Ito's voice, one of the barbarians opened his mouth and spoke a strange language. I don't understand. Whether it was beast language, ancient language, or some other language, Sei-Ito couldn't understand a single word, so he could only say helplessly. Just as Sei-Ito's voice fell, the eyes of the barbarian who spoke suddenly turned scarlet. Then, a violent spiritual power suddenly enveloped Sei-Ito's body, and at the same time, a rough voice sounded in his mind. Outsider, get out! This is a bit high-end. Hearing this, Sei-Ito was stunned. Then, he pointed in the direction of the fluctuation and said, You can let me out, but can you tell me what the thing that keeps luring me over there is? Outsider, get out. In the violent spiritual power, the rough voice repeated. Is that the only thing they know how to say? Sei-Ito thought. Then, he was too lazy to think about it and took a step forward. Die. As soon as the foot touched the ground, the violent spiritual power became even more violent. At the same time, the hair on the barbarian who released the spiritual power suddenly stood up and shone like red spike. Then, the barbarian charged at Sei-Ito like a hurricane. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't dare to take it head-on. He waved his hand and a long alchemy rod appeared in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang in the night sky. Then, Sei-Ito felt a huge force coming from the rod. Caught off guard, Sei-Ito's body immediately leaned back, and at the same time, he couldn't help but take a step back. But at this moment, the other barbarian rushed to Sei-Ito's side and slapped his furry paw on Sei-Ito's back. Bang! Ito-sei, who was hit by this blow, flew out with a dull sound. He slammed heavily into a big tree, and then fell to the ground with a large number of leaves scattered because of his impact. Cough. This huge force is too exaggerated. My inner abdomen was shaken. Ito-sei, who fell to the ground, coughed and said in his heart. Just as he was coughing, the barbarian once again rushed to the front of Ito-sei, roared, raised his fist and smashed down. The most exaggerated thing was that the sound waves from the roar could be seen with the naked eye spreading out from its mouth. Together with the fist, it rushed towards Seito. Damn! Seito cursed. He immediately raised the alchemy rod in front of him and used all his strength to meet the barbarian's fist. At the same time, the energy in his body quickly circulated and spread out through his pores, forming a protective barrier around him. Bang! The huge force wrapped in the fist smashed on the alchemy rod, instantly bursting out a muffled sound. Together with the sound wave that followed, it was transmitted to Itosei's body, blasting a circular impact dent on the ground under Itosei's butt. Motherf ***, you really think I'm easy to bully? Itosei, who felt his blood boiling, cursed, and the power in his body burst out in a violent manner. Like a shock wave, it instantly spread out with Itosei as the center. The leaves, weeds, and soil around him were blown away, blocking the vision of the hedgehog savage in front of him and the smooth-haired savage who ran over from the side. Then Itosei kicked fiercely at the lower abdomen of the hedgehog. The huge force instantly kicked it away. Itosei then stood up from the ground with his staff. After that, he rushed back towards the hedgehog. At this moment, the barbarian with the hedgehog had just crashed into a towering tree, causing a large number of leaves to fall. Seito took the opportunity to activate the ice energy on the alchemy rod and smashed it on the head of the hedgehog with the force of the Hua splitting strike. Bang! However, the barbarian's reflexes were not slow. It raised its arms in front of its head and used its hairy arms to block Seito's rod. However, humans were better than beasts in terms of their ability to adapt to the situation and their brains. Therefore, when Seito saw that his attack had failed, he immediately pulled back his rod and swung it towards the barbarian's exposed armpit from another angle. Ah! The armpit was one of the soft spots for both humans and animals. In addition, there were various lymphoid tissues gathered there. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a vital point. Therefore, when Seito swung his rod, even the barbarian who had fur to block the impact let out a painful howl. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Seito did not let it go. The rod was like a torrential downpour as it continuously smashed the barbarian's neck, armpit, crotch, waist, head, ankle, and other vital points. The barbarian cried out in pain as blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. At this moment, the other barbarian with fur finally got rid of the filth in its eyes and regained its sight. It finally rushed behind Seito and swung its palm towards Seito. Seito seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He immediately retracted his rod and spun it around his waist. When he faced the barbarian with fur, the tip of the rod shot out like a poisonous dragon and pierced the barbarian's lower body. Compared to the hedgehog barbarian with fur that could effectively block the force of the rod, the barbarian without Berserk Mode's defense was obviously not as good. It only cried out in pain as it covered its lower body with its hands and jumped back. Chapter 547. P.S. Thank you to Waning Moon Crazy for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfanny and 157747860 for their tip. Thank you to Frozen Speechless for your evaluation vote. At this moment, Seito didn't stop moving. The rod continued to move forward. He grabbed the end of the rod with his left hand and the bottom of the rod with his right hand. He turned his body sideways and swung the rod at the hedgehog that was trying to get up from the ground. Whoa! The huge force of the rod and the cold energy on it caused the hedgehog to once again let out a miserable cry. Perhaps it was due to the mysterious factors in Shenangjia or the hedgehog's strange ability after its fur stood up, but the cold energy on the alchemy rod didn't have the same effect as before. This made Seito's original plan of using the cold energy on the alchemy rod to capture the hedgehog fell through. However, Ito didn't hesitate and directly increased the strength of his attacks, preparing to completely cripple the hedgehog. After 3 to 4 minutes of this storm-like attack, when Ito's rod came down again, the hedgehog that was barely able to resist suddenly stiffened and was instantly sent flying by the alchemy rod. Like a cannonball, the hedgehog slammed into the trunk of another towering ancient tree that was 2 meters away from Ito. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the forest. Large amounts of leaves fluttered down from the sky like rain, covering the hedgehog's body. Whoa! At this moment, the hedgehog that was sent flying suddenly let out a miserable cry. Immediately after, the hedgehog swelled up like a balloon and suddenly shrunk inwards in the next second. Until a few seconds later, it turned into a hedgehog with withered and gray fur and wrinkled skin. There wasn't a single muscle under the skin. Only the bones were wrapped in a strange appearance. Yen%%. #yen. Seeing the change of the hedgehog savage, the hairy savage who was lying on the ground immediately showed a look of horror and shouted in a sharp voice, Yen%%. #yen. Seeing the change of the hedgehog savage, the hairy savage who was lying on the ground immediately showed a look of horror on his face. What is this? Is this the residual evidence of the sky demon disintegration technique? Ito slowly approached the gray-haired savage with his staff and thought in surprise. Ito walked to the side of the gray-haired savage. He carefully used his alchemy rod to touch the gray-haired savage who was lying motionlessly against the tree trunk. His eyes were closed and he was not breathing at all. He's dead? Ito muttered to himself in surprise. Ito then walked to the gray-haired savage's corpse and reached out to touch its head. Then, a series of clattering noises could be heard from the gray-haired savage's head. Hearing this sound, Ito immediately frowned. He gathered chi in his right hand to form a sword and quickly pointed it at the gray-haired savage's forehead. Then, there was a soft pop sound and a small hole appeared on the gray-haired savage's forehead. Then, a stream of sticky red and white blood slowly flowed out of the small hole. The brain actually turned into liquid. Ito thought, it seems that the berserk state put a lot of burden on the brain. Seeing that this corpse could no longer be used, Ito immediately turned around and walked to the savage that was crawling up from the ground. He knelt on the ground and put his palms together in front of the savage that was bowing to the moon. He knocked the defenseless savage unconscious. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the forehead of the savage that had fainted. He used his mind-reading skill to read the savage's memories. However, the savage's memories were too messy and there weren't many complete fragments. Moreover, there was a strange power in the brain that affected Ito's mind-reading skill. Therefore, Ito only knew that there were many savages in Shenangjia and that the berserk state was a power obtained through sacrifice. Other than that, he didn't get any information about the fluctuations in the distance. In the end, I still have to go on my own. Ito sighed helplessly as he put away his mind-reading skill. Then, he waved his alchemy rod and smashed the savage's head on the ground. Then, he continued to move in the direction of the fluctuations. The savage's body is really hard. Looking at the deformed alchemy rod in his hand, Yishiwen sighed. Ito sighed in his heart. Then, a large amount of electric light suddenly appeared in his palm and covered the rod, restoring the alchemy rod to its original appearance. The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful, and he didn't encounter any more savages. However, for some reason, the number of wild beasts increased. In just a short period of time, Ito had already encountered a tiger, a wild boar, and 5 mixed fur wolves. Of course, these animals didn't escape from Yishiwen's vicious hands. They were all knocked out and thrown into the forest of the Rubik's Cube world. But not long after, the situation changed again. Not far from Ito, there were a few terracotta soldiers patrolling the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 7 puppets, 1 archer, 2 swordsmen, 1 soldier with a long spear, and 1 with a hammer. What kind of configuration is this? Ito-sei was quite speechless as he thought to himself. Although Sei-Ito didn't know what was going on with the 7 terracotta soldiers, he didn't dare to let his guard down in a strange place like Shenangjia. He stayed in place and waited for the 7 terracotta soldiers to leave before making his move. The 7 terracotta soldiers seemed to move stiffly, but their speed wasn't slower than a real person. In a short while, they disappeared from Sei-Ito's sight. Sei-Ito quickly leaped out of his hiding place and ran forward. Swoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side of the forest. It pierced through the air and shot toward Sei-Ito at high speed. Feeling the cold wind, Sei-Ito tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly retreated a distance. Then, he heard a bang sound. The black shadow was nailed to the spot where Sei-Ito had previously stood. At this moment, Sei-Ito finally saw what the black shadow was. It was an arrow made of terracotta. Seeing the arrow, Sei-Ito's expression immediately changed. Without thinking, he jumped out of the way. Then, another terracotta arrow shot at the spot where he had previously stood. At this moment, Sei-Ito completely understood what had attacked him. He didn't stay any longer and quickly rushed toward the source of the fluctuation. But in the next moment, a figure several times larger than the arrow suddenly rushed out of the forest and heavily smashed into Sei-Ito like a small meteor. The impact created a 1-meter-wide crater in the ground. At the same time, a large cloud of dust covered the figure of the black shadow. Then, the layer of dust suddenly moved. Then, the black shadow whizzed through the cloud of dust and rushed toward Sei-Ito. Without knowing the situation, Sei-Ito didn't dare to take the black shadow's attack head-on. He immediately dodged to the side. But before he could stabilize his footing, another terracotta arrow flew toward Sei-Ito. At this moment, Sei-Ito was at the intersection point where he hadn't recovered his strength yet. Even if he forcefully dodged, it was impossible for him to completely dodge the arrow. So, Sei-Ito immediately swung his staff and deflected the arrow. What great strength! Ito-sei didn't expect that the clay arrow would carry such an exaggerated force, so he thought to himself. With the obstruction of the arrows, the thick shadow finally seized the opportunity and appeared in front of Ito-seiji in an instant, revealing a clay face that looked like a real person. He waved the clay sword in his hand and slashed at Ito-seiji. At the same time, another loud sound rang out beside Sei-Ito, causing the ground to tremble and a large cloud of dust and smoke to rise. However, Sei-Ito didn't have time to pay attention to the new tremor. He could only focus on blocking the terracotta swordsman's sword with his staff. Clang! The clash between the terracotta sword and the alchemy staff immediately produced a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then, Sei-Ito felt the alchemy staff in his hand bend. A force suddenly transmitted from the alchemy staff to his arms. Then, the force transmitted from his arms to his body and sent him flying. The alchemy staff was actually bent. Sei-Ito, who was flying backward in the air, looked at the alchemy staff in his hand and exclaimed. At this moment, another black shadow suddenly rushed out of the smoke and rushed toward Sei-Ito, who was in the air. When it reached Sei-Ito's side, it swung its sword at Sei-Ito to kill him. Sei-Ito, who felt a fatal threat, narrowed his eyes and a cloud of smoke instantly erupted from his body. A wooden stake appeared in the smoke in an instant. It was chopped into countless pieces by Tao-Tu's sword and flew away. That was close. Sei-Ito, who was hiding in the leaves of a large tree, let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps quickly sounded. Then, 4 terracotta dolls holding a long spear, a sword, a shield, and a giant hammer ran out of the forest one after the other. They gathered with the swordsman dolls and looked around. The archers didn't come out. That means they're hiding in the dark and preparing to deal a fatal blow to me, Ito thought as he observed the terracotta dolls. As soon as he finished his thought, a clay arrow pierced through the layers of branches and leaves like a thunderstorm, flying towards Ito-sei, who was hiding in the forest. Ito, whose heart was pounding, immediately jumped and dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. However, as Ito jumped and dodged, his figure was exposed to the 6 terracotta dolls. He saw one of the giant hammer dolls suddenly reach out and grab the swordsman dolls and throw it at Ito. Ito couldn't help but curse when he saw this. However, Ito's body didn't stop moving. He forcefully twisted his waist in midair and swung the alchemy staff that he had just straightened with alchemy at the swordsman dolls. Clang! The sound of metal clashing immediately sounded in the night sky, followed by a cracking sound. The alchemy staff finally couldn't bear the weight and broke into 2 under the terracotta sword. The upper half of the staff flew away from Ito along with the terracotta doll's body. Bang! Ito's body was hit by the wind force of the terracotta dolls and quickly slammed into a nearby tree trunk and slid down. Feeling the heat from the friction on his back, Ito cursed. He put away the alchemy staff and took out 2 high-explosive grenades. He pulled the rings and threw them at the 5 terracotta dolls that were charging at him at high speed. Boom boom! 2 loud noises immediately sounded in the forest. A large ball of fire suddenly appeared in the forest and ignited the dense grass that was half the height of a person's calf, forming a raging fire. Even so, it didn't stop the 5 terracotta dolls. They rushed out of the fire without any injuries and continued to charge at Ito. Ito didn't dare to hesitate when he saw this. He immediately turned around and ran away at high speed in the direction of the wave. The chase continued for more than a minute. When it reached a certain point, the terracotta dolls stopped chasing and stood in the same place, staring at Ito's figure. They only retreated and returned to their own area when they could no longer see him. This Shenangjia is too strange. These terracotta dolls aren't even afraid of high-explosive grenades. Do we have to use missiles? Seeing that the terracotta dolls were no longer chasing after him, Ito stopped on a big tree and gasped for breath. But in this special area where the instruments are not working, can missiles really be used? And judging from the clay dolls' postures, it's obvious that they're immune to fire and water attacks. I'm guessing that even lightning attacks that aren't at the level of the 9 heavens Inuan universal divine lightning won't be able to harm them. In addition, the 6 dolls are working well together, and the archer dolls are secretly hunting for lives. Not to mention, the strength and speed of the dolls are exploding. What the hell is that thing guarding behind us? Huh! After a while, Ito-sei calmed down his breathing and turned his head, looking at the location where the fluctuation came from. He thought, although if I use wood release ninjutsu, combined with earth releases yellow spring swamp, I can deal with those puppets unexpectedly, but the guards behind are definitely more strict. With my current strength, even if I barely break through, I won't be able to get away easily. It seems that I can only suppress the curiosity in my heart and wait until my strength is higher before coming to Shenangjia. Ito retracted his gaze and whispered, "The mysterious 30 degrees north latitude, I'm getting more and more curious about you now." Then Ito no longer hesitated and chose a new road to the other side of Shenangjia. This time, the road was much easier, there were no barbarians blocking the way, and there were no beasts harassing them, which made Ito feel a lot more relieved. Then Ito adjusted his mood and began to search Shenangjia. Whether he had seen or not, all kinds of animals and plants were stored in the Rubik's Cube world. In this way, before dawn, Ito found a man-made cave in a mountain deep in Shenangjia. Is this the cave of an ancient great power? Standing at the entrance of the cave covered with emerald green moss, Ito was looking forward to it. Then Ito did not hesitate, raised his hand and gathered a flame in the palm of his hand as a light, and walked into the cave that was exuding moisture. The inner wall of the cave was very smooth, and there was no sense of fuzziness like the stone wall of the mountain, and it was slightly cold to the touch, like ice. The ground was slightly sloped downward, and there was fine black soil as a cushion, so there was no need to worry about the problem of slippage. In this way, Ito walked down more than 20 meters, and after several changes of direction, he finally walked down the passage and was blocked by a huge stone door. Chapter 548. P.S. I was so scared by a bug that I lost my desire to write. I finally managed to restrain myself and wrote one. I'm writing another one now. I hope it's done before midnight. The stone door was very large, about 3 meters tall. It was made up of 2 stone slabs, each 70 to 80 centimeters wide. The surface of the stone door was engraved with a complicated pattern, making it somewhat dazzling to look at. Ito was instinctively wary of the pattern on the stone door, but he couldn't just walk up to the door without pushing it open. He adjusted himself to a battle-ready state, carefully walked up to the door, and placed his hand on it. In an instant, Ito found himself in a different environment. He went from a dark cave to a magnificent ancient hall. Piles of bamboo slips, beast bones, and beast hides were scattered in front of the left wall of the hall. Various ancient spears, bronze swords, and beast bone bows were discarded under the right wall. A tall skeleton with a tiger skin around its waist sat on a jade throne in the hall. Its empty eyes stared at Ito. "You came in just like that?" Ito ignored the skeleton's stare and turned his head to look behind him. A large patch of colorful herbs and flowers instantly appeared before his eyes. The unique fragrance was immediately inhaled by Ito through his nose, causing his mind to shake. At the same time, the energy in his body began to become slightly active. Ito frowned and withdrew his gaze. He walked up to the bamboo slips and beast hides and picked up a roll of bamboo slip. He opened it and began to read. A large pile of large seal characters and golden characters appeared before Ito's eyes. Unfortunately, Ito's knowledge of history wasn't deep enough. He could only guess a few familiar words. He couldn't continue reading, and could only helplessly close the bamboo slips in his hand. He put them into the Rubik's Cube world. But in the next moment, Ito's expression suddenly froze. Violent mental power immediately spread out with him as the center, stirring up the surrounding space as if it had substance. Then, with a cracking sound, a thick crack suddenly appeared in the space, penetrating the entire hall. Then, the hall trembled and turned into nothingness. Once again, they returned to the dark cave environment. Who? It was only then that Ito slowly calmed down his surging mental power and retracted it back into his body. He then looked up at the stone door in front of him and thought to himself, "I didn't expect to fall into an illusion unknowingly. I guess the EN pattern on the stone door is probably the pattern of the illusion array. As long as someone touches it, it will activate the illusion array and bring the person into a prearranged illusion." Then, Ito pushed with his palm. The stone door was pushed open with a muffled sound from the friction between the stone slabs and the ground. In an instant, an empty space of about 60 square meters appeared in front of Ito. The space was illuminated by a dozen baby fist-sized gems that naturally emitted a green fluorescent light. Then, the entrances of 3 holes appeared on the left, middle, and right walls of the space. "This is the night pearl." Ito walked into the cave and looked up at the glowing gems above his head. However, the brightness of the light made Ito feel a bit tired. He raised his hand and gathered the extinguished fire in his hand again, replacing the green fluorescent light of the night pearl and illuminating the cave. "Let's start with the left hole." Ito found that there was nothing in the hall except for a stone table and 2 stone stools. He turned and walked to the left hole. Just as Sei Ito's feet stepped into the stone cave, the surrounding space immediately changed. A large number of large fireballs, fire arrows, and lines of fire flew toward Sei Ito from all directions. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately formed a seal with his hands and activated water release. Water barrier. In an instant, a pillar of water rose from the ground around Sei Ito. It completely enveloped Sei Ito and turned into a shield to block the fire attacks coming from all directions. This should be the so-called killing formation of the formation. Sei Ito thought to himself as he gathered his energy to maintain the water barrier. Then, he spread out his psychic energy and began to investigate the abnormalities in the formation. The so-called abnormal point was actually the base of the formation when setting up the formation. Apart from natural formations that didn't need a base, any man-made formations would definitely exist. When the formation was activated, the base of the formation, which was the supporting point of the energy circulation, would emit energy waves that were slightly different from the entire formation. Therefore, as long as one could sense the abnormal energy waves in the formation, find the base of the formation through it and destroy it, then the formation would naturally be declared broken. After a while, Sei Ito, who had been maintaining the water barrier, raised his eyebrows and suddenly turned to look at the right side of his body. Then, he formed a lightning fist seal with one hand and pointed his finger at the abnormal energy fluctuation that he sensed and sent out a resplendent lightning bolt. A bolt of lightning instantly flew out from Sei Ito's finger like a silver snake. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the void and bombarded the space in front of Sei Ito. Boom! A burst of explosion immediately sounded in the space, and then the entire flame space suddenly shook. However, the formation's stability was relatively high, and it only shook for a moment before returning to normal. It continued to bombard Sei Ito without stopping. However, this momentary change completely confirmed Sei Ito's speculation. Without hesitation, he continued to channel the energy in his body, turning it into lightning bolts and bombarding the space in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions sounded in the space, and then, with a crisp "kacha" sound, the entire space suddenly turned from solid to nothingness and slowly dissipated. Pada, the moment the formation disappeared, a fiery red gem fell from the top right side of the cave to the ground and shattered into a pile of crystal slag. This is the spirit stone in the novel. Sei Ito, who had removed the water barrier, walked to the crystal slag and squatted down. He reached out and picked up one of them to examine carefully. Then, Sei Ito put the crystal slag on the ground into the Rubik's Cube world and turned his head to look at the cave's environment. The cave wasn't big, only about 30 square meters or so. There was a stone bed in the cave with a tiger skin mattress on top of it. Beside the bed were 2 wooden boxes with 2 pieces of animal skin clothes and a few miscellaneous items of unknown use in each of the boxes. It seems that the owner of this cave was a primitive man. Sei Ito guessed when he saw these things. Sei Ito, who was no longer interested in this, turned around and left the left cave, walking toward the middle cave. Although there was a precedent in the left cave, Sei Ito, who didn't understand Taoist formations, had no other choice but to force his way in. He could only brace himself and walk into the middle cave. Immediately, the cave's environment changed. A large amount of fog suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. It was so thick that Sei Ito's arm would turn into a blurry shadow when he stretched it out. At the same time, several sharp arrows flew toward Sei Ito under the cover of the fog. Sei Ito, who had been prepared for this attack, immediately pressed his hands on the ground and activated Earth Release. Return of Earth. Then, a thick stone wall appeared in front of Sei Ito, blocking the arrows. Then, Sei Ito didn't stop there. He released 3 more Earth Release. Return of Earth. Together with the thick stone wall, he formed a hollow space to protect himself. Then, He released his psychic energy and began to sense the abnormal fluctuations in the space. This time, the frequency of the fog's sneak attack was lower. It wasn't as explosive as the fireball formation, so the energy fluctuations were more hidden. Ito spent a lot of time to find the abnormal fluctuations. But as long as he found the abnormal fluctuations, the rest was much easier. After using Taoist lightning techniques to destroy the formation base, Ito successfully entered the middle cave. The space was about the same size as the left cave, about 30 square meters. The only difference was that the stone bed had been replaced by a four-legged, two-eared bronze cauldron with cloud patterns engraved on its surface. There was a pile of charcoal underneath. Next to the bronze cauldron, there were some ores that Ito had seen before, such as cinnabar, brass, quartz, saltpeter, and a few small stone bottles that didn't have any words on them. This is the alchemy room. Ito suddenly understood. Then, he walked in front of the small stone bottles and reached out to take a small stone bottle. He opened the cork and poured out the contents. Then, a small black pill with a metallic luster about the size of a soybean appeared in Ito's hand. It didn't have any smell. Is this really a pill? It's as hard as an alloy. Ito tried to scratch the surface of the pill with his finger. A piercing sound immediately rang in his ears, leaving Ito speechless. This kind of thing, I'll find a rabbit to test it on later. After thinking, Ito waved his hand and put the 4 small stone bottles, cauldron, and ores in the cave into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned around and walked into the last cave. As soon as he entered the cave, the situation changed as expected. More than a dozen men, who were about 2 meters tall and wrapped in animal skins, with bronze weapons in their hands, roared and waved their weapons at Ito. I'm not someone from your era. These things can't scare me. Ito whispered in amusement. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and launched fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet at the men. A flame instantly spat out from Ito's mouth, forming an orange-red wall of fire that enveloped all the men. After a moment, as the flames disappeared, the illusion array was also broken. Then, more than 10 twisted bodies appeared in front of Ito. Their faces were filled with pain. Although they were wrapped in animal skins, one could still tell that they were female corpses. Seeing this, Ito frowned and turned his head to look at the situation in the cave. The cave was still the same size, about 30 square meters. It was filled with all kinds of strange-looking tools. However, from the corpses on top of the tools, these were all ancient torture tools. In the middle of the ground, there was a small jade bottle that was constantly emitting black mist that formed ferocious faces. When Ito's gaze fell on the small bottle, the ghost faces in the bottle immediately jumped out like dogs that had seen meat. They formed a large black cloud and pounced at Ito. Chapter 549. P.S. I'm so scared of bugs that I'm stuck. I'm so depressed that I don't even dare to sleep at night. F***ck. How many people were tortured to death to be able to gather so many vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts? Ito cursed in his heart as he looked at the dark cloud of ghosts coming at him. Although he cursed in his heart, he did not hesitate to move his hands. He summoned a pile of paper talismans in front of him and activated them to form a barrier in front of him, blocking the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts inside the cave. Then Ito waved his hand again and summoned a pile of paper talismans. He threw them around the cave and stuck them on the walls. Then, he quickly formed the 9 syllables mantra with his hands and chanted the Vairocana mantra. In an instant, the paper talismans stuck on the walls lit up without fire. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a ball of transparent energy that emitted a bright red light. They shot out slender lines in all directions and connected with the energy of the other paper talismans. They formed a three-dimensional formation that enveloped all the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts in the cave. Then, Sanskrit characters that emitted a golden light flew out of Sei-Ito's mouth and shot into the formation. They turned into balls of blazing flames and burned all the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts in the formation. Instantly, the screams of many ghosts echoed in the cave. However, these old ghosts that had lived for who knew how many years had finally found a blood meal. How could they be willing to be destroyed here just like that? The ferocity in their hearts exploded, and they began to devour each other. Just like that, under the burning from the outside and devouring from the inside, it did not take long for all the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts in the formation to disappear. Only their faces were clear. Their bodies were solid and they looked like ordinary people. Only the malicious ghost, whose eyes kept flashing fiercely, showed his identity, was in the formation. "Kid, let me out and I can spare your life." The malicious ghost waved his hand and released a ball of black gas to block the blazing flames outside his body. He looked at Sei-Ito and spoke in a voice that sounded like hundreds of people speaking at the same time. "It's not that I can't let you go, but I want to know who the owner of this cave is and what era you lived in." Sei-Ito urged the 9 syllables mantra formation to burn the malicious ghost. He asked, "There's no harm in telling you. The evil spirit might have been a turtle for a long time. It actually opened its mouth to answer Sei-Ito's question. The owner of this immortal cave is called Chi. He lived under the rule of Emperor Fengyu." "Fengyu Emperor, what era was that?" Sei-Ito pondered for a moment. Since he still couldn't figure it out, he temporarily put this question aside and asked, "Which great emperor was in power at that time?" "Fengyu," the evil spirit replied. "Who is that?" Sei-Ito, who couldn't avoid Fengyu, asked. "Great Emperor Fengyu is Chiyu, Emperor Jin," the evil spirit said with reverence. "Chiyu? Emperor title?" Sei-Ito exclaimed in shock. "All right. I've already answered your question. Hurry up and let me out," the evil spirit said impatiently. "I'm sorry, I've never believed the promises of the wraiths." Sei-Ito smiled and then ignored the evil spirit. He recited the Vairocana heart mantra to strengthen the power of the 9 syllables. "Brat, you're courting death." The evil spirit roared angrily. Ghostly chi erupted from its body like a hurricane, causing the blazing flames outside its body to sway. Then, the evil spirit leaped and instantly rushed to the edge of the formation. It stretched out 2 greenish-white ghostly claws and turned into a large amount of black mist. It began to corrode the formation. Hiss! A sound like cold water meeting hot iron immediately rang out in the cave. Sei-Ito frowned slightly when he saw this. He increased the energy transfer once again. To maintain the stability of the formation, it was in a stalemate with the evil spirit. After an unknown amount of time, Sei-Ito's energy had been depleted. After replenishing it with the power of the world, and using some more, the evil spirit finally couldn't maintain its solid body. It exploded into an illusory ghostly mist again. It roared angrily and wanted to return to the small jade bottle. But how could Sei-Ito, who had already used up so much energy, let it go back? He immediately mobilized the flames in the formation to chase after it. Before the evil spirit could return, he blocked its path and formed a circle of flames to burn it. "I'm not willing." At this time, the evil spirit's voice no longer had the illusory feeling of 100 people speaking at the same time. Its clear voice was full of resentment. Then, it screamed and turned into a wisp of smoke that dissipated in the formation. Phew! Seeing this, Sei-Ito, whose forehead was covered in sweat, finally let out a long breath. Then, with a thought, he dispersed the light flames in the formation. Then, Sei-Ito dispersed the formation and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He dragged his somewhat stiff body into the empty cave because of the flames and the evil spirit. He walked to the small jade bottle used to collect the evil spirit and bent down to take it out. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold was transmitted from the wall of the jade bottle into the palm of Ito-Sei's hand and rushed quickly along his meridians to his head. Humph! Sei Ito coldly snorted and directly mobilized his spiritual energy to form a talisman wall that blocked the connection between his meridians and his brain. At this time, the cold finally reached the connection between his meridians and his brain. Then, like a human excited, it suddenly trembled slightly and rushed toward Sei Ito's brain at an even faster speed than before. Ah! Just as the cold air rushed to the connection point, all the talismans of nihility appeared and turned into a ball that enveloped the cold air. The ball quickly shrank, and at the same time, it was attacked by the talismans of nihility's magic extinguishing effect. A miserable howl immediately came from the cold air. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito forced the ball of talismans out of his body and burned it into nothingness. At this time, the small jade bottle in Sei Ito's hand no longer had any bone-chilling cold. Only a slight coolness came from the bottle wall. Although I don't know what this is, it is still the first Taoist magical item I have obtained. It is quite memorable, so I'll take it. Sei Ito fiddled with the small jade bottle for a while and waved his hand to produce several talismans. He stuck them on the small jade bottle's mouth and body and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. After that, Sei Ito looked at the cave again and turned back to the hall and walked out of the cave. When he passed through the stone door, he closed the door again. Only then did he leave the cave without stopping and return to Shenangjia. At this time, the sun was already high up in the sky. It could be seen how long Sei Ito had been in a stalemate with the evil spirit in the cave. An old monster from more than 5,000 years ago, I killed one with my own hands. It's really a bit unreal. Ito-sei looked up at the sky with his eyes covered, and sighed softly, feeling that things had changed. Then Sei Ito no longer stayed and once again embarked on his exploration journey. In this way, Sei Ito used 3 days to explore a large area of Shenangjia. He confirmed that the barbarians were guarding against the strange fluctuations, and at the same time, he plundered a large amount of precious herbs and plants to plant in the Rubik's Cube world. Of course, in these 3 days, Sei Ito explored 2 more caves, but they were both empty. Besides a stone table, a stone block, and a thick layer of dust, there was nothing else. This made Sei Ito, who wanted to use the caves to obtain some cultivation secrets and learn some spells, feel very regretful. It's time to go out. Sei Ito, who knew that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything in Shenangjia for the time being, sighed and jumped out of Shenangjia. The way out was a lot simpler. There was no danger at all, so in just 2 hours, Sei Ito left Shenangjia and entered Mount Ba. This is a suitable launch site. In the dense forest of Mount Ba, Ito-sei looked around and thought to himself. Then he put his hands in front of him and immediately pressed them to the ground, using alchemy to flatten the ground. After the ground was flattened, Sei Ito waved his hand to summon a small launch vehicle to stand on the ground. Then he slowly walked to the side and stood still, using the controller to ignite the rocket's thrusters. 4 clusters of blue flames shot out from the 4 booster rockets hanging from the rear of the launch vehicle, pushing the small launch vehicle up into the sky. Then, according to the preset program in the rocket, it flew into the universe at high speed. Seeing that the rocket was operating according to the preset program, Sei Ito smiled and moved to Chongqing outside of Mount Ba. It was just that he was comfortable here, but the faces of the leaders of the Chongqing military and the government who were completely confused by the sudden launch of the rocket changed greatly. They directly sent troops to the initial launch site of the rocket and conducted a carpet search. But in the end, all of this was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a single clue. At this time, Sei Ito had already flown out of China by plane and arrived in France. Compared to when he was in China, Ito didn't have the slightest hesitation in France. He directly used hypnosis to get a sports car from the local gangs. He moved around Paris and placed the small black ball connectors in suitable places. It's just that accidents can't be avoided even if you're careful. On this day, just as Ito was about to place the small black ball connectors in a hidden corner, two figures suddenly fell from the sky and heavily smashed the ground in front of Ito. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds immediately sounded in the hidden alley. A large amount of garbage was scattered by the two figures, accompanied by a foul smell, and fell to the surroundings. But before Ito could do anything, two fire dragons fell from the sky and swept toward the two figures and Ito. Seeing the attack, Ito naturally couldn't not block it. He immediately stretched out his hand and pressed it on the wall beside him. Then, an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking all the flames in front of him. "Charlie, there's a little mouse here, you take care of it." The next moment, a female voice sounded in the tunnel. "Okay." After the female voice, a rough male voice immediately replied. "Little mouse, accept your death obediently." Following the rough male voice's shout, a tall and burly figure raised both fists and heavily smashed down on Ito. Chapter 550. P.S. Thank you to Cold Iceman and Teapot for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfanny and 157747860 for their tip. Seeing the attack coming, Ito didn't move. But in the next second, a giant fist made entirely of rock suddenly appeared in front of Ito and flew towards the burly man who jumped down from the air. Boom! A loud noise instantly sounded in the alley. The giant rock fist exploded into countless pieces of rock in the air and flew in all directions due to the airflow caused by the burly man's fall. At this moment, the ice wall that had been standing behind Ito to block the fire dragon suddenly sprouted a spike and quickly stabbed towards the burly man in the air. Creak! A strange sound that made people feel uncomfortable suddenly sounded in the alley. Then, the burly man's body suddenly turned 720 degrees in the air and landed on the ground. Rubik's Cube World 550-inch bang. The burly man's feet heavily stepped on the ground and a small crack appeared on the cement floor. At this time, Ito finally saw the burly man's appearance. The burly man was about 1.9 meters tall. The skin and muscles exposed under the army green vest were like Schwarzenegger's. Especially on his left shoulder, there was a tattoo of a scorpion burning in a raging fire that looked strange and mysterious. His face was square, but the grin on his face made the burly man's expression look particularly ferocious. His hair was very short, only an inch long. However, the golden color of his hair covered his head very well. "I didn't expect it to be a mutant rat. What a surprise." The burly man, Charlie, grinned. "It should be worth a lot of money if I catch it and sell it." Charlie raised his arms and punched his fists in front of him. The sound of metal hitting metal immediately came from his fist. "Metallized?" Ito frowned slightly as he looked at Charlie's fists. Boom! At this time, another explosion came from behind the ice wall behind Ito. The high temperature immediately melted a layer of liquid on the surface of the ice wall. "Little mouse, accept your death obediently." Hearing the explosion, Charlie seemed to have received some kind of signal. He spread his arms and rushed towards Ito while shouting. His powerful feet left inch-long footprints and fine cracks on the ground as he ran. Ito didn't hesitate. He raised his free right arm in front of him. Starting from his thumb, he quickly rubbed his ring finger, middle finger, and index finger. For weak flames instantly appeared at his fingertip. Itochu swung his hand and shot it at Charlie. 4 lines of fire instantly shot towards Charlie, who had his arms crossed in front of his head, at a speed comparable to that of a bullet. Then, 4 deafening explosions immediately erupted in the alley. Scorching hot fireballs appeared in the alley, enveloping Charlie and burning fiercely. The heat waves emitted from the fireballs ignited all the garbage in the surroundings, emitting an even more unpleasant smell. "Bastard, go die!" At this moment, a voice rang out. At this moment, Charlie's voice suddenly came from the flames. Then, Charlie, who had a large area of burns on his body, rushed out of the flames. With a ferocious face, he grabbed at Seito's head with his big hand that was burned by the flames. Looking at the big hand that was close at hand, Seito didn't move his feet, his body didn't move, and only slightly tilted his head. He calmly dodged the big hand that was emitting heat and a little smell of cooked meat. Then, he quickly withdrew his left hand from the wall and grabbed Charlie's wrist. His right foot slanted forward and landed in front of Charlie. His right palm was densely covered with electricity. Before Charlie could react, he grabbed his face, twisted his waist, and fiercely smashed his head against the wall. Bang! Gotcha! A muffled sound rang out. Charlie's head heavily smashed against the wall and sunk deep into it, creating a dent that was as big as his head. A large number of fine cracks spread out like tentacles with the dent as the center. Then, Charlie suddenly let out a long scream. At the same time, his body couldn't help but twitch violently. After a moment, all of Charlie's movements stopped, and he naturally fell down like a hanging puppet. At this moment, Seito withdrew his arm. He didn't even look at Charlie, who was killed by his decomposition. His hands directly pressed against the half-melted ice wall behind him. In an instant, the surface of the ice wall emitted a large amount of cold air. Soon, it covered the entire alley that was filled with high temperature. The intersection of cold and heat directly caused a strong air convection. Then, a strong wind was produced, and all the debris in the alley except for people were blown away. At the same time, because of the influence of the wind, the three people who were fighting on the opposite side simultaneously stopped what they were doing. They raised their arms in front of their eyes to block the flying dust and debris. Using this opportunity, Seito's mind moved, and several ice spikes immediately appeared on the surface of the ice wall. They pierced towards the angry man who was standing parallel to the ground on the wall. Rubik's Cube World, 550 whoosh. Feeling the cold air that was about to hit him, the angry man immediately ignited a blazing flame around his body. In an instant, the wall was once again burned inwards, emitting a red light. At the same time, it melted the icicles that were piercing towards him and destroyed the strong wind that was blowing wildly. "You killed Charlie?" After everything calmed down, the angry man turned his head to look at Seito and Charlie, who was standing beside him. Charlie's head was still embedded in the wall, and his limbs were naturally hanging down. He frowned and said, "Ghoulie. CC Wap. Ghoulie. CC, it's you?" At this time, from the two people who were saved, a female voice suddenly sounded out, full of astonishment. Hearing this, Seito turned his head to look at the two people. Immediately, a short-haired woman with a bloody scar on her forehead appeared. She was wearing denim shorts, a black waistcoat that revealed her waist, and dark brown fingerless glove. She was using one hand to cover her slightly charred right arm, and a man with a face full of soot. This man and woman were the international mercenaries that Seito had met when he was in Kyoto. "So it's an acquaintance. If that's the case, then I can't let you go." The man who set the fire saw the astonishment on Seito's face and said. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A wave of fire that filled the entire alley rushed towards Seito. "I fucking hate this kind of guy the most. He doesn't even know what's right or wrong and attacks people." Seito frowned when he saw this. While he cursed in his heart, his hands flashed with electricity, and an ice wall immediately rose up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a towering mountain in front of Seito. No matter how hot the flames were, they were still majestic. An ice ability user? Interesting. Let me see if it's your ice ability or my fire ability. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the man who set the fire had a look of excitement on his face, similar to a hunter who had found his prey. He completely ignored the two prey below him. With a wave of his hand, a large number of flaming blades flew out in front of him, shooting at high speed towards the ice wall that Ito had built. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of explosions rang out, and the strong vibrations passed through the ice wall and into Ito's body. At this moment, a boom sound suddenly rang out, and a wave of fire instantly passed through the ice wall in front of Ito, burning towards Ito's body. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate. With a tap of his foot, his body quickly retreated, and he narrowly dodged the wave of fire that was about to reach him. He stopped not too far away. The moment he stopped, the ice wall that had been bombarded by countless flaming blades finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into a pile of ice, falling to the ground. Your ice wall is only SOSO. The man who set the fire jumped down from midair, and looked at Ito as he joked. However, just as he was about to land on the ground, the flames outside his body flashed, and instantly released a large amount of heat to act as a buffer. It supported the man's body and allowed him to land lightly on the ground. Hey, I advise the two of you not to act rashly. Otherwise, my flames will immediately turn you into charred corpses. The man who set the fire slightly turned his head and said to the two mercenaries behind him, who were ready to make a move. Then, the man who set the fire ignored the two mercenaries and turned his head back to look at Ito. His face revealed a crazed smile as he said, "Little mouse, come, struggle with your R+ strength." Suddenly, the man who set the fire fiercely stretched out his hands, and two thick fire dragons intertwined with each other and charged towards Ito's body. Seeing this, Ito slightly frowned. He jumped up from the ground, and used the walls on both sides as leverage to quickly pass through the top of the fire pillars, and landed on the ground below the man who set the fire. The man who set the fire raised his head and gave Ito a sinister smile. Around his body, blazing flames more than 2 meters high suddenly burst out, burning towards Ito who was in midair. Ito didn't stop his movements as he landed. He only opened up all the pores on his body, and fiercely released the energy in his body from the countless pores. The energy formed an energy storm around his body, and pushed away the high-temperature flames. He forcefully endured the flames and landed in front of the man who set the fire. His hands gently pressed against the man's chest as if they were lovers, and he fiercely attacked. Double entanglement palms. Boom. A powerful force instantly penetrated the man's body, and the clothes on his back were torn apart. At the same time, the flames around the man's body were like flamethrowers that blew towards the two mercenaries who remained in place. F***ck, when the female mercenary saw this, she cursed loudly. Together with the other male mercenary, whose expression had changed slightly, they crouched on the ground and dodged the flames that passed over them. Even so, the blazing heat still caused their hair and clothes to dry out and heat up. What? At this time, the man who set the fire raised his hands to cover his chest and subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Ito and opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. However, as soon as the blood splashed onto the ground, it immediately ignited like white phosphorus and disappeared into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Rubik's Cube World. 550. Boom. Boom. Yes, he said. Boom. Boom. Hi. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.